Chapter 1551. Junior brother, you actually managed to kill Zhao Feng. That Zhao Feng was at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. In terms of strength, among the people below the Saint Rudiment stage in the sect, only a few vice sect leaders, another inner court elder, and I were able to suppress him. What level has your current strength reached? Bai Lihong asked with a solemn expression. He was curious about Duan Lingtian's current strength. To tell you the truth, senior brother, I'm not afraid of anyone below the saint stage right now. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth and replied bluntly. His words were filled with confidence. Naturally, there was something else he did not say. When he had broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he was confident he would be able to kill an ordinary saint stage powerhouse. You're confident you'll be able to kill an imminent saint stage powerhouse? Bai Lihong sucked in a cold breath. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although an imminent saint stage powerhouse was strong, with his current strength he only needed one strike to kill his opponent if he used the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword. Looks like I really don't have to worry about your safety anymore, junior brother. Your current strength has already surpassed me as your senior brother. Bai Lihong sighed emotionally. He did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. At the same time, he was also happy for Duan Lingtian. This meant his junior brother would be able to protect himself now. No matter how strong I am, senior brother will always be Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Lihong nodded with a smile on his face. Junior brother. Suddenly, Bai Lihong seemed to have recalled something. The smile on his face disappeared as he said to Duan Lingtian solemnly, You can just tell me about your current strength, but you can't reveal it to others. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not stupid, so he naturally knew what Bai Lihong meant by inviting trouble. If the Supreme Elder, Qian Kong, were to find out about his current strength, he would probably denounce him at the first possible moment. It was because his current strength was sufficient to easily kill Zhao Feng. Apart from that, it's obvious that Lu Huan was the one who released those two pieces of news. He must know that he can't do anything to us. But he still did it, so he must have something in mind. Bai Lihong added, It's not hard to guess what he's after. He must have seen that I haven't left the manor for a long time after returning, and was deeply afraid that after a few years of secluded cultivation, I would become even stronger than him. At that time, the initiative between him and me would completely change. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke with certainty. That should be the case. Bai Lihong nodded in agreement and then laughed mockingly. Unfortunately, he probably never imagined, even in his dreams, that junior brother's current strength is far superior to his. Junior brother, you can even kill Zhao Feng, so killing him is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Since he can't sit still, I'll play along with him and have some fun with him. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he said, coldly. When he left the Moon Illumination sect, he was not afraid of Lu Huan at all. At that time, he had not obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and he could not use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Currently, his strength was incomparable to before. Naturally, he was not afraid of Lu Huan at all. This time, senior brother, I won't cause any trouble. Bai Lihong said awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, junior brother, I suggest that you wait for a while before making your move. At this moment, I'm afraid there are other eyes on you apart from Lu Huan. Bai Lihong seemed to have recalled something as he spoke with a solemn expression. Senior brother, are you referring to Qian Kong? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes. Bai Lihong nodded. I have a feeling that the relationship between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng is not ordinary. It has even surpassed the relationship between a direct disciple and a direct disciple. Based on Qian Kong's behavior a few days ago, he definitely won't let Zhao Feng's death go so easily. Due to this reason, I'm worried he's watching your every move. Understood? Duan Lingtian nodded. He had a plan in his heart. In that case, I'll wait until I've broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage before I look for Lu Huan to have some fun. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized the word, have some fun. In the following days, Duan Lingtian began to repeat what he did before. He cultivated quietly on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda, ignoring everything that happened outside. Soon after, the words of Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, spread out. Elder Bai Li has already sworn on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death. If anyone dares to slander Elder Bai Li again, they'll be punished severely. These were Jiang Wei's exact words. When Jiang Wei's words spread out in the Moon Illumination sect, the entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar again. As it turns out, the 9 claps of thunder a few days ago were the resonance of the 9 heavenly tribulation when Elder Bai Li swore on the lightning penalty oath. Since he swore on the lightning penalty oath, this matter definitely has nothing to do with Elder Bai Li. I can't believe the sect leader actually asked Elder Bai Li to swear on the lightning penalty oath just for Elder Zhao Feng. Isn't he afraid Elder Bai Li will be disappointed by his actions? Elder Bai Li is the only 3-star saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect. If he's offended, he can just leave the sect. The other 8 great sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market can't wait for Elder Bai Li to join them. The sect leader has indeed gone overboard with this matter. Similar discussions spread out in the Moon Illumination sect. Most of them were on Bai Li Hong's side. At the same time, the other few supreme elders in the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area had also learned about this matter. They immediately went to look for the sect leader, Jiang Wei. Sect leader, you've gone overboard with this matter. If Elder Bai Li leaves the Moon Illumination sect because of this, you'll be the sinner of the Moon Illumination sect. Humph, it was just a Zhao Feng. Forget about the fact that Elder Bai Li didn't kill him. Even if he did, so what? Compared to Elder Bai Li, he's worthless to our Moon Illumination sect. The few supreme elders began to question Jiang Wei as soon as they saw him. At this moment, Jiang Wei felt wronged. He immediately looked at Qian Kong, who had a grave expression on his face. Junior Uncle Qian, don't tell me you want me to take the blame for this matter? Qian Kong was dragged here by the other supreme elders. Although he did not want to come, he knew he had to come at this time. Naturally, he did not come to denounce Jiang Wei. Instead, he came to stop the other supreme elders from denouncing Jiang Wei. As expected, the moment Jiang Wei's words left his mouth, the other supreme elders looked at Qian Kong one after another. Junior brother Qian, what's going on? Junior brother Qian, don't tell me you're the one who made Elder Bai Li swear on the lightning penalty oath instead of the sect leader? If that's the case, you're too muddle-headed. Senior brother Qian, I know Zhao Feng almost became your disciple, but he failed in the end, didn't he? Why do you care so much about his life and death? It's not worth it to offend Elder Bai Li because of him. The few supreme elders were either Qian Kong's senior brothers or junior brothers. All of them were from the older generation in the Moon Illumination sect. They were not as polite as Jiang Wei when they spoke to Qian Kong. What if he's my son? Faced with the accusation from his senior brothers, Qian Kong's face was terrifyingly grave. In the end, he told them about his relationship with Zhao Feng. The entire place fell silent at once. It was obvious the few supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect did not know about the relationship between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng. When they heard Qian Kong's words, they were stunned for a moment before they smiled wryly. If that was the case, they could not blame Qian Kong anymore. After all, they would have done the same if they were in his shoes. Jiang Wei, who was standing at the side, sighed in relief at this moment. He did not care what the people below said about him. However, he had to care about the opinions of these few people before him. Not only were they his seniors, but they were also the guardians of the moon illumination sect. In Jiang Wei's opinion, this was the best outcome. However, he didn't know that from a certain point of view, this matter was only the beginning, and it was still far from the end. In the inner court of the moon illumination sect. That Duan Lingtian is so calm? Lu Huan's expression was extremely grave. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would lose his cool because of this incident. However, Duan Lingtian's composure had completely exceeded his imagination. At this moment, he felt embarrassed and helpless. Could it be that all the things he had done secretly were all in vain? He was unwilling to accept this. He was really unwilling to accept this. However, what could he do even if he was unwilling to accept this? Wait. I don't believe that Duan Lingtian will continue to hide in by Li Hong's mansion, Lu Huan said through gritted teeth. At the same time, in a place near the central district of the moon illumination sect, a figure flew out of an independent mansion behind a mountain that was covered in mist. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. Soon after, the figure arrived in the depths of the mountain. "Master, you're finally back," Han Xuanai said excitedly when she saw the beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure before her. "Xuanai, I've already asked my friend to divine the whereabouts of Sister Kerr. She's safe now. However, she'll face a great calamity soon. That calamity is related to her life. Whether she can survive it or not will depend on her luck." The beautiful woman sighed when she saw Han Xuanai. A beautiful smile appeared on her face. When Han Xuanai heard the beautiful woman say that Kerr was safe, a smile appeared on her face. However, horror dawned on her when she heard the beautiful woman's words. "A great calamity that's related to her life? Master, Senior Prophet, did he really say that?" The friend her master mentioned was the oracle man who was famous in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1552. The oracle man was a legendary figure in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Even Han Xuanai's father, the mansion master of the Green Wave Han Mansion, had never seen him before. She, on the other hand, had seen the oracle man once with her master when she was young. At that time, the old prophet had even divined her fate. He had said that she would travel to the distant mortal continent, the Cloud Continent, with Qing Nu in a few years. At that time, a great, fortuitous encounter would be waiting for her. Until now, she still did not know what the great opportunity the oracle man had mentioned was. However, the trip to Cloud Continent was the happiest day of her life. There, she got to know Brother Ling Tian, Sister Kerr, Sister Fei, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. In front of them, she was free and unrestrained. They were not like the people from the Green Wave Han Mansion who treated her like a little princess. "Master, is there a way to resolve Sister Kerr's calamity?" Han Xuanai's voice began to tremble. She did not want anything to happen to her kind sister. She did not want to see her brother Ling Tian sad. If something really happened to Sister Kerr, how would Brother Ling Tian be able to accept it? That old fellow said she can only rely on herself. The beautiful woman sighed. "No, I'm going to Half Moon Island. I'm going to look for Sister Kerr." Han Xuanai turned around to leave as she spoke. She's no longer on Half Moon Island or Cloud Continent. The beautiful woman's words caused Han Xuanai's body to freeze completely. She turned around and looked at the beautiful woman again. "Master, where's Sister Kerr now?" "I can't tell you exactly where she is." The beautiful woman shook her head. "However, I came back this time mainly to tell you that I'll be leaving for a while. Master, you're leaving?" Before the beautiful woman could finish speaking, Han Xuanai's expression changed slightly. In her eyes, this master was no different from her mother. Since her master had said so, it was obvious that he would be away for a long time. Naturally, she was reluctant to part with him. Yes, the beautiful woman nodded. "I'm leaving this time because I have an extremely important matter to do. As for you, your big sister Fei, And those three little fellows, you can return to Cloud Continent to take a look. According to that old fellow's deduction, your big brother Ling Tian should have already returned to Cloud Continent. Perhaps this time you can confirm his whereabouts. Brother Ling Tian, hearing the beautiful woman's words, Han Shuanai's eyes lit up. As for the dragons, at this point, the beautiful woman raised her hand and took out a small, exquisite sword. She passed it to Xuanai. If you come across dragons, just inject your true energy into it. As for what happens next, you don't have to worry. After handing the small sword to Xuanai, the beautiful woman disappeared without a trace. Master, Han Xuanai, who held the small sword tightly, suddenly felt like crying. All these years, her master had been staying in the Green Wave Han mansion and silently accompanying her. Now that she had left, she did not know when they would meet again. Although her master had long told her that she would leave one day, she did not expect that this day would come so soon. However, when Han Xuanai recalled that her master's cultivation base was far superior to her father's, she felt relieved. With her master's cultivation base, she could go anywhere in the world. As long as she was still around, there would be a day when they would meet again. Xuanai, from today onward, you can officially cultivate my red dust progeny's mental cultivation method. You don't have to worry anymore. It's time for the successor of my red dust progeny to step onto the stage. Her master's voice resonated in Han Xuanai's ears in a timely manner. After the beautiful woman left the Green Wave Han mansion, she continued to head north. Zoroastrianism, Zoroastrianism. I can't believe that the Zoroastrianism's saint girl who had gone missing for so many years is actually someone by his side. I hope the Zoroastrianism won't go too far this time. Otherwise, even if my 7 Absolute sect is weak, I won't let this matter go so easily. Currently, the successor of my 7 Absolute sect's first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, has also appeared. Perhaps, just like what that old fellow, the prophet, said, it's time for my 7 Absolute sect to step onto the stage. The beautiful woman muttered to herself. A long time ago, the 7 Absolute sect was a famous first-rate force in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Later on, when the Tao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, the 7 Absolute sect left the mortal world and went into seclusion. It was only then that it was gradually forgotten by the world. Ever since the 7 Absolute sect was established, the number of people in the sect had never exceeded 20. However, this sect with less than 20 people had once stunned the Tao Martial Saint Land for an era. It was also during that era that a person entered the sights of the people in the Tao Martial Saint Land. He was none other than the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, one man and one sword, who was invincible in the Tao Martial Saint Land. One was a sect that stunned the Tao Martial Saint Land for an era, while the other was a powerhouse who stunned the Tao Martial Saint Land for an era. Not many people were aware that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. There were 7 absolutes in the 7 Absolute sect. The Fog Rain progeny was the first absolute. The Prophet progeny was the second absolute. The mortal world was the 7th absolute. Other than these 3 absolutes, there were 4 other absolutes that were also lurking in the Tao Martial Saint Land. When the time came, they would come out of hiding and make a high-profile appearance. I heard from that old fellow, the prophet, that the successor of this generation's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, has a ridiculously high fortuitous encounter. Even he can't predict it. Perhaps I'll be lucky enough to witness the 7 Absolute sect's former glory. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman's autumn eyes seemed to reveal a bright and beautiful luster. Just as Han Shuanai was about to return to Half Moon Island and Cloud Continent with Li Fei and the 3 little fellows, a sudden incident happened. A sudden incident caused Han Shuanai to temporarily cancel her itinerary. The child in Li Fei's stomach was about to be born, in by Li Hong's mansion in the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect. Why do I feel so uneasy recently? It's as if something's going to happen. In the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian frowned. No matter what, he should have broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage by now. However, due to the sudden uneasiness, he could not focus on his cultivation at all, let alone break through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After forcefully cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian realized he was getting more and more agitated. He had no choice but to leave the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and walk out of his room to relax. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not think about anything else. All he wanted to do was to go out for a walk. Due to this reason, he left the Moon Illumination Sect's estate after leaving by Li Hong's mansion. He did not even seem to hear the greetings from the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples along the way. He was in a daze as though he had lost his soul. What's wrong with senior brother, Duan Lingtian? Something doesn't seem right. Look, senior brother Duan's eyes are so dull. What happened to make him so dejected? At this moment, the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples along the way also noticed that something was amiss. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked like he had lost his soul. Duan Lingtian, you've finally come out. Lu Huan had been waiting outside the Moon Illumination Sect for a long time. When he saw Duan Lingtian leaving the sect alone, he secretly followed him after confirming that Bai Li Hong did not follow him. Naturally, he was very careful. He did not even plan to make a move nearby. Lu Huan, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, soon noticed the abnormality in Duan Lingtian's emotions. Don't tell me he noticed me. However, he sighed in relief when he realized Duan Lingtian was not acting strangely. Half a day had passed. Although Duan Lingtian was merely walking, he was already far away from the Moon Illumination Sect. When Duan Lingtian entered a dense forest, Lu Huan finally could not hold it in anymore and was ready to make his move. Boom! As a thunderous explosion reverberated in the air, Lu Huan, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination Sect, launched a sneak attack from behind Duan Lingtian. Not only that, the moment he made his move, he pushed his palm out with all his might in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian. A smile crept up on the corner of Lu Huan's mouth when he saw his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, he had finally gotten rid of his greatest threat after today. However, as a louder explosion reverberated in the air, the smile on Lu Huan's face froze completely. Goodness, what did he just see? Lu Huan could clearly see a layer of light shield rose from the surface of Duan Lingtian's body out of nowhere when his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian. Upon closer inspection, the layer of light shield was actually consolidated by streaks of rapidly moving golden sword rays. Not only that, but the light shield also blocked his attack with all his might. Horror dawned on Lu Huan's face when he saw the golden light shield merely swayed a little and did not collapse. At this moment, it was only natural that he realized he had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Stagnant territory. Without any hesitation, Lu Huan instantly set up his territory that shrouded the area within a 100-meter radius. Lu Huan's territory was called the Stagnant Territory. Within this territory, apart from himself and those whose cultivation base was higher than his, the true energy in their bodies would more or less be obstructed. It was as though there was an inexplicable force that was preventing them from unleashing their full power. At the same time, Lu Huan also took out his saint weapon. In the void above his head, the spiritual qi consolidated weapon and spiritual qi consolidated beast appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had also turned around. At this moment, his lifeless eyes had regained some color. He was not surprised when he saw the person who launched the sneak attack on him was Lu Huan. He said nonchalantly, "Elder Lu Huan, you really won't let go of any opportunity to kill me. You must have instigated Zhao Feng to hunt me down, right?" "So what if I did?" Lu Huan sneered. "Unfortunately, he's too useless. He was killed by someone else before he could kill you. What if I say I was the one who killed Zhao Feng? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in Lu Huan's ears again. Chapter 1553. You. Lu Huan was obviously stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's true energy voice transmission. Then he said in disdain, "You think you can kill Zhao Feng? Dream on. You'll know soon enough whether it's a dream or not." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, in the void above his head, his genuine qi had also transformed into the celestial dragon, celestial body. Around the celestial dragon, celestial body, there were wisps of blood vigor pulsating continuously, making the celestial dragon, celestial body seem lifelike. All of a sudden, a dragon's roar reverberated in the air. The divine dragon phenomenon's gigantic body moved and charged toward the god weapon phenomenon and the giant beast phenomenon that were condensed in the void above Lu Huan's head. Lu Huan was dumbfounded when he saw the divine dragon phenomenon. Dragon. It was actually a dragon. At this moment, he even forgot about being shocked by Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was Duan Lingtian's true energy, consolidated beast technique, had actually condensed a dragon. Moreover, it was a dragon condensed, using blood essence as the foundation. Boom! Boom! Lu Huan finally regained his senses after 2 loud bangs. At this moment, regardless of whether it was his god weapon phenomenon or the giant beast phenomenon, they were all easily suppressed and crushed by Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon. When Lu Huan was looking at Duan Lingtian in shock, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and instantly took out the Jasper celestial sword. He only used 30% of his strength and swung it casually. Chi! 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 At this moment, the sound of something shattering reverberated in the void. It was the stagnant territory that Lu Huan had consolidated using his true energy, consolidated territory technique. It instantly shattered into pieces. It was destroyed by Duan Lingtian's sword. Impossible! Lu Huan's eyes widened when he saw this. There was only shock on his face. In just a blink of an eye, his true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory were all destroyed by Duan Lingtian. Only Lu Huan knew how he felt at this moment. Whoosh! Before Lu Huan could react, the Jasper immortal sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flickered again, and a beam of sword light shot forward with lightning-like speed to cut off Lu Huan's sacred artifact. It was as simple as chopping firewood. Lu Huan groaned in pain. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if he had seen a ghost. How could you? How can he be so strong? Duan Lingtian continued Lu Huan's words with a faint smile. Elder Lu Huan, do you believe me now? Do I still feel like I'm talking nonsense? Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible for you to be so strong. Lu Huan was still unwilling to believe it. After all, it was too unbelievable. How long had it been? Duan Lingtian, who used to be like an ant in his eyes, had already become more powerful than him. Furthermore, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was extremely terrifying. With a casual wave of his hand, he destroyed his stagnant element domain. Nothing's impossible, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. At the same time, the Jasper immortal sword in his hand flickered again, and a beam of sword light shot out. This time, it was aimed at Lu Huan's chest. Lu Huan, who was prepared for this, immediately cast his defensive technique. At the same time, he moved his body in an attempt to dodge the attack. However, would he be able to dodge it? Whoosh! The sword ray whizzed past like an arrow, piercing through the sky. It easily penetrated the light shield that Lu Huan cast with his defensive technique. Before Lu Huan could dodge it, it pierced through his heart. Lu Huan, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, died just like that. He was killed by an inner court disciple who had entered the sect for less than 2 years. After putting away Lu Huan's saint weapon and spatial ring, Duan Lingtian destroyed the corpse with ease. Then he returned to the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. In reality, he did not intend to kill Lu Huan when he came out this time. He just wanted to come out and relax. This was because when he was cultivating earlier, he felt like his heart was in a mess. It was as though something was going to happen. However, after Lu Huan caused such a ruckus, the messy feeling in his heart disappeared. Duan Lingtian did not notice that at the same time when he killed Lu Huan, a figure had disappeared in a secluded place. This figure came and went without a trace. His strength was far above Duan Lingtian's. Only a powerhouse at the Saint Stage or above could hide in the dark without being noticed by Duan Lingtian. I can't believe this Duan Lingtian has hidden his strength so well. In this case, Qi Ming must have died in his hands as well. Not only that, but the sword in his hand gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. How strange! The Saint Stage powerhouse who left after Duan Lingtian gradually revealed himself. He was a sturdy middle-aged man. The sturdy middle-aged man was none other than Tai Wu, one of the Mountain Shade Black Market's Saint Stage powerhouses in the 9-Sect Alliances district. Ever since the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch leader had ordered the cancellation of the mission against Duan Lingtian, Tai Wu had been curious about Duan Lingtian. Recently, he had even been lurking near the Moon Illumination Sect on a whim. Today, he discovered Duan Lingtian had actually left the Moon Illumination Sect's estate when he was waiting for him. Moreover, what was even more interesting was there was a Moon Illumination Sect's inner court elder following Duan Lingtian. He even wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, he had been watching from the side. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed. However, the outcome was completely out of his expectations. The person who died was not Duan Lingtian, but the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. The divine dragon phenomenon and the mysterious, treasured sword. At this moment, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian seemed to be covered by a veil that was difficult to see through. That mysterious treasured sword was so powerful. It would be a lie if he said he was not moved by it. However, every time he coveted the sword, he realized his heartbeat would speed up for no reason. It was as though the sword was a great threat to him and could even threaten his life. Due to this reason, he did not act rashly. I'm really curious. I wonder what kind of expression the people from the Moon Illumination Sect will have when they see Duan Lingtian killing their sect's elder. A sinister smile appeared on Tai Wu's face as he glanced at the Tao Talisman in his hand. As a Saint Stage powerhouse, Tai Wu's speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian looked more like he was taking a stroll when he returned. For this reason, Tai Wu had arrived in the sky above the Moon Illumination Sect's estate much earlier than him. The moment Tai Wu appeared in the sky above the Moon Illumination Sect, the few Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination Sect's forbidden area, including sect leader Jiang Wei, immediately noticed him. At this moment, Tai Wu raised his hand and crushed the Tao Talisman in his hand. At this moment, a mirror image appeared in the sky above the Moon Illumination Sect. It was extremely clear. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this, he would definitely be shocked. This was because it was exactly the same as the 3D mirror image on Earth in his past life. The Tao Talisman that Tai Wu tossed out was a mirror image talisman. The mirror image talisman could store whatever one saw, whether it was people or objects in one's field of vision. Everything could be stored in it. After crushing the Tao Talisman, Tai Wu concealed himself. At this moment, Jiang Wei and the others were also attracted by the mirror image in the sky. This was because they knew one of the two people who appeared in the mirror image. It's Lu Huan. One of the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders exclaimed softly, "Who's that young man?" Lu Huan seems to be following him. A few of the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders were looking at the mirror image in the sky. In the mirror image, a purple-clad young man was walking in front while Lu Huan was tailing him closely. Naturally, these old fellows from the Moon Illumination sect did not recognize Duan Lingtian because they had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Although Jiang Wei had long known about Duan Lingtian's existence and had investigated Duan Lingtian, he had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Due to this reason, it was only natural that he did not recognize him. However, even though Jiang Wei and the other Moon Illumination sect's saint stage powerhouses did not recognize Duan Lingtian, it did not mean the others in the Moon Illumination sect did not recognize Duan Lingtian as well. When the mirror image appeared in the sky, the entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar. It's the sky mirror image. Many knowledgeable Moon Illumination sect's disciples exclaimed softly, "The sky mirror image can only be displayed by the mirror image talisman. Although the mirror image talisman doesn't have a specific grade, it can only be drawn by a Dao talisman master who's at least a 4-star Dao talisman. Who's the one who's so generous to use a mirror image talisman?" Many of the Moon Illumination sect's elders were shocked. "Look, it's Elder Lu Huan. He seems to be following someone." Many of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples recognized Lu Huan. The person he's following seems to be Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. That's right. It's Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. What's Elder Lu Huan trying to do? How dare he follow Senior Brother Duan Lingtian? Don't you know? How did he do that? Senior Brother Duan Lingtian is from Mound Hill City, and his teacher is Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Elder Lu Huan and city governor Feng Hui are mortal enemies. It's only natural that he wants to kill Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. The entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar because of the mirror image that appeared in the sky. Many of them were worried about Duan Lingtian. In Bai Li Hong's mansion, Feng Wu Dao and the rest also saw the mirror image in the sky. The mirror image in the sky could be seen from any corner of the Moon Illumination sect. It was impossible for them not to see it, since they were cultivating the saint grade martial tactic in the courtyard. What's that? Feng Wu Dao and the rest did not know about the mirror image talisman, so they had no idea what the mirror image in the sky was. *T. When Bai Li Hong saw the mirror image in the sky and saw Lu Huan attacking Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. Those who were not in the know might have thought he was worried about Duan Lingtian. However, ever since he found out about Duan Lingtian's strength, he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety at all. Duan Lingtian's strength had already surpassed his. Even if Lu Huan attacked him from behind, he would not be able to hurt him at all. There was no need for him to guess. He knew the outcome would be Lu Huan's death. Chapter 1554. Who's that? How vicious! Bai Li Hong's expression was grave. He wanted to tear the mirror image in the sky apart, but he knew there was nothing he could do. Once the mirror image talisman was activated, unless one was a saint stage powerhouse, it would be impossible to destroy it. At this moment, Bai Li Hong hated himself for being too weak. He could not tear the mirror image in the sky apart for his junior brother. Sect leader and the others are fine, but if Qian Kong sees this, the moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, he became even more anxious. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? At the same time, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, also learned that the purple-clad young man in the sky screen mirror image was Duan Lingtian. Horror dawned on him immediately. Naturally, he knew about the conflict between Lu Huan and Duan Lingtian. However, it did not cross his mind that Lu Huan would be so deranged that he actually wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Jiang Wei was slightly regretful. He regretted that he did not secretly execute Lu Huan first. He could imagine how furious Elder Bai Li would be if he saw this. He might even vent his anger on him and the entire Moon Illumination sect. That was not something he wanted to see. At the same time, apart from Qian Kong, horror dawned on the other Supreme Elders as well. Their thoughts were similar to Jiang Wei's. They were worried Lu Huan would see the scene of Lu Huan killing Duan Lingtian. We must shatter the sky screen mirror image. Jiang Wei and the Supreme Elder's eyes turned cold as they prepared to attack together to destroy the sky screen mirror image. However, just as the true yuan on their bodies surged and they were preparing to attack, the image in the sky screen changed. It was this change that caused them to be stunned. At the same time, they involuntarily dispersed the true yuan that they had gathered. In the sky screen mirror image, Lu Huan launched a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a palm strike. At this critical moment, a layer of golden light rose from Duan Lingtian's body and easily blocked Lu Huan's palm strike that seemed to carry the wrath of a thunderbolt. What a strong defensive move. At this moment, everyone in the Moon Illumination sect who saw this was trembling in fear. The defensive move Duan Lingtian executed caused them to be shocked. Looking at Elder Lu Huan's attack, it's obvious he didn't hold back at all. I didn't expect senior brother Duan Lingtian would be able to block his attack so easily. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Since when did senior brother Duan Lingtian become so strong? How? Is senior brother Duan Lingtian could be human? All of the Moon Illumination sect's disciples were stunned by the mirror image that appeared in the sky. He Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian Tian to you Duan is. Was Duan was. Even an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator would not be able to easily block Lu Huan's all-out attack, right? Usually, Bai Li Hong would heave a sigh of relief when he saw this because his junior brother was safe. However, not only did he not heave a sigh of relief, but his heart was even heavier now. He did not want to see what was going to happen next. At the same time, Feng Wu Dao and the others who were staying in Duan Lingtian's mansion were worried for him when they saw Lu Huan launching a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian had blocked Lu Huan's attack. What's with the mirror image that appeared in the sky? Why does it feel so real? Feng Wu Dao and the others were puzzled. In the end, Sima Changfeng was the first to react. Do all of you remember there's a Dao talisman called the Mirror Image Talisman recorded in the jade token we bought from the Merit Pavilion? The scene before us is almost identical to the effect of the Mirror Image Talisman. Seems like it. It's really the effect of the Mirror Image Talisman. It seems like only a Dao Talisman Master above 4-star can draw the Mirror Image Talisman. Are there any 4-star Dao Talisman Masters in the 9 Sect Alliances district? Upon hearing Sima Changfeng's words, Feng Wu Dao and the others finally regained their senses. That golden light shield seems to be formed by streaks of golden sword rays. Such a powerful defense. It's obvious that it's an extremely high-grade defensive technique. In the sky, the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect saw through Duan Lingtian's defense with just a glance. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful. Jiang Wei was also shocked by the scene before his eyes. After a while, a smile appeared on his face again. I can't believe there's such a monstrous martial Dao prodigy in our Moon Illumination sect. With a little training, it's not impossible for such a prodigy to lead our Moon Illumination sect to a higher level in the future and make our Moon Illumination sect a 6th-rate force. At this moment, Jiang Wei's heart was filled with excitement. The way he looked at Duan Lingtian was as though he had just seen a treasure. Apart from Qian Kong, the eyes of the other Supreme Elders glittered when they saw this. Although they had heard of Duan Lingtian before this, they thought he was just a lucky guy. If it was not for Bai Li Hong, he would be nothing. However, at this moment, they finally realized the young man whom Bai Li Hong had taken as his junior brother was not an ordinary person. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already so powerful. How heaven-defying would he be when he grew up in the future? Qian Kong's expression was extremely grave. This is Duan Lingtian, Bai Li Hong's junior brother? I can't believe he's so powerful at such a young age. It seems like Zhao Feng's death has something to do with him as well. The moment Qian Kong thought of this, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Soon after, the image in the sky changed again. In the image, Duan Lingtian turned around and confronted Lu Huan. At this moment, Lu Huan cast his True Energy Consolidated Weapon, True Energy Consolidated Beast, and True Energy Consolidated Territory. He even took out his Saint Weapon and prepared to kill Duan Lingtian with all his might. Although the image recorded by the mirror image talisman was silent, people who could read people's lips could read people's lips. However, there were some people who could read lips. They could tell what the other person was saying from the movement of their lips. Coincidentally, Qian Kong was one of them. Lu Huan opened his mouth, causing his expression to turn grave. You want to kill Zhao Feng with just you? Dream on. This was what Lu Huan said. You'll find out soon whether it's a dream or not. This was what Duan Lingtian said. What happened next shocked everyone in the Moon Illumination sect. To be more precise, it shocked everyone in the Moon Illumination sect who saw the image in the sky. Faced with Lu Huan, who had used all his techniques, Duan Lingtian also cast his True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. At this moment, everyone realized Duan Lingtian was already a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. The True Energy Consolidated Beast was the symbol of a perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. However, what shocked them even more was what happened next. They could clearly see the giant beast phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head was a dragon. It was a divine dragon, a real divine dragon. To most of the people present on the scene, a dragon was no doubt a legendary existence. Among the people present on the scene, only Feng Wu Dao and a few others had seen a dragon before. However, Duan Lingtian had consolidated the divine dragon phenomenon. Moreover, judging by the blood energy surrounding the divine dragon phenomenon, it was obvious it was consolidated with the blood essence. In other words, Duan Lingtian had obtained the divine dragon's blood essence in the past. At this moment, many people, including Jiang Wei, could not help but feel jealous. They were jealous of Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter to obtain the divine dragon's blood essence before he reached the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In the next moment, they clearly saw Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon easily defeated Lu Huan's divine weapon phenomenon and giant beast phenomenon. How powerful! As expected of a divine dragon, I can't believe the giant beast phenomenon Duan Lingtian consolidated with his True Energy Consolidated Beast is actually a divine dragon phenomenon. The group of Moon Illumination sect's elders exclaimed one after another. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really heaven-defying. Exactly. Not only has his cultivation base broken through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage, but he has also consolidated such a heaven-defying divine dragon phenomenon. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has really created a miracle among the younger generation of our Moon Illumination sect. I wonder if senior brother Duan Lingtian can defeat Elder Lu Huan. After all, Elder Lu Huan is at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage and has a more powerful True Energy Consolidated Territory technique. The group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples watched the scene in the sky with anticipation in their eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian told them the answer with his actions. All they saw was Duan Lingtian casually taking out a sword. With a wave of his hand, the air vibrated and Lu Huan's stagnant territory was torn apart. Lu Huan was still in shock when Duan Lingtian swung his sword again and severed one of Lu Huan's arms. Due to the fact that it was a mirror image recorded by Tai Wu, a Saint Stage powerhouse, using the mirror image talisman, every detail was recorded clearly. Even the Moon Illumination sect's disciples with a weak cultivation base could see the entire process clearly. They did not miss any details just because Duan Lingtian's speed was too fast. How powerful! How terrifying! Everyone in the Moon Illumination sect, whether it was the group of elders, the group of deacons, or even the group of disciples, was dumbfounded. They were all shocked by the technique Duan Lingtian had displayed. Those who had a conflict with Duan Lingtian before gasped one after another as they were drenched in sweat. Naturally, they were drenched in cold sweat. A few moments later, everyone saw Duan Lingtian piercing Lu Huan's chest with his sword, killing him instantly. At this moment, nobody pitied Lu Huan anymore. They all thought he deserved it. After all, he was the one who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian first. We've avenged Master. In the Moon Illumination sect's outer court area, Ling Yun and Xiong, who looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. God bless our Moon Illumination sect. God bless our Moon Illumination sect. Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the few other Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders were extremely excited. They were thrilled that a monster like Duan Lingtian had appeared in the Moon Illumination sect. They saw the future of the Moon Illumination sect in Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1555. When Qian Kong left, Bai Lihong had also left his mansion and arrived near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. What he wanted to do was to intercept Duan Lingtian and make him leave the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, the reason he wanted to do that was because of Qian Kong. In his opinion, Qian Kong must be certain that Duan Lingtian was the one who killed Zhao Feng when he saw what happened. Based on Qian Kong's attitude toward Zhao Feng's death, it was impossible for him to let Duan Lingtian go. As soon as Bai Lihong left, Qian Kong arrived at his mansion. His face turned grave immediately when he discovered Duan Lingtian was nowhere to be found. Don't tell me he hasn't returned yet? The moment Qian Kong thought of this, he searched the entire Moon Illumination sect as fast as he could. In the end, he appeared near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate and waited there. Bai Lihong. When Qian Kong arrived near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, he noticed Bai Lihong immediately. His face turned grave immediately. However, he did not want to alert Duan Lingtian. Instead, he hid at the side. Bai Lihong was waiting, and so was he. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian had no idea what was happening in the Moon Illumination sect at all. Currently, he was returning to the Moon Illumination sect's estate as though nothing had happened. Soon after, he saw a little black dot appearing in the distance. As he continued to move forward, the little black dot grew bigger and eventually transformed into the Moon Illumination sect's estate. The Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate also appeared clearly before his eyes. I'm back. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. I'll find some time to return to Mount Hill City and inform Teacher about Lu Huan's death. I'm sure Teacher will be very happy at that time. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian continued to make his way to the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, a thunderous roar resonated from the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. It was so loud that it spread in all directions. At once, everyone in the Moon Illumination sect's estate heard the thunderous roar. At this moment, the sky mirror image above the Moon Illumination sect disappeared. Most of the people in the Moon Illumination sect's estate were stunned for a moment before they rushed toward the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate one after another. They could faintly sense that something interesting was going to happen at the place where the roar came from. It's Marshal Uncle Qian. When the group of Moon Illumination sect's elders and disciples rushed out of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, sect leader Jiang Wei, who was hovering in the sky, could not help but be stunned when he recognized the owner of the voice. Junior Brother Qian? Senior Brother Qian? At this moment, the other few Moon Illumination sect's saint stage powerhouses, who were also the supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect, could not help but frown. Not good. Jiang Wei was the first to react. and his expression changed drastically. What? The other few supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect immediately looked at Jiang Wei. Martial Uncle Qian must have seen Duan Lingtian's strength. He must be certain that Duan Lingtian killed Zhao Feng. We must stop him. The moment his words left his mouth, Jiang Wei vanished from his spot and rushed out of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate as fast as he could. When the other supreme elders heard his words, they immediately regained their senses as well. Horror dawned on them as well. Junior brother Qian is foolish. Senior brother Qian is too rash. As the few of them caught up to Jiang Wei, they could not help but curse him inwardly. At this moment, they also realized the severity of the matter. They knew Qian Kong's temper very well. Since he was certain Duan Lingtian had the strength to kill Zhao Feng, he would definitely not show mercy to Duan Lingtian. After all, he was the kind of person who would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one person go. However, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was the Moon Illumination sect's treasure and shouldered the Moon Illumination sect's future. Due to this reason, they would not allow Qian Kong to touch Duan Lingtian. However, based on the current situation, the situation was not optimistic. Even if they arrived in time, Duan Lingtian might have already been killed by Qian Kong. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was also taken aback by the roar that resonated in the distance. He was still in a daze. "Junior brother, run." Another familiar voice resonated in the air. He could tell it was his senior brother by Li Hong's voice. At this moment, Bai Li Hong's voice was filled with anxiety as though he had encountered something that caused him to panic. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's voice, Duan Lingtian panicked for no reason. At this moment, he felt a suffocating feeling spread throughout his body. Around his body, the area within 100 meters of him instantly turned into a golden ocean. Territory! Moreover, it's not an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage's territory. This was the thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind at this moment. Horror dawned on him immediately. Even at this moment, he still had no idea what was going on. Why would someone who seemed to be a Saint Stage powerhouse make a move on him? "Duan Lingtian, I'll make you accompany my son, Zhao Feng, in death." Just when Duan Lingtian was almost suffocated by the golden ocean-like territory and could not breathe at all, the person who had roared earlier shouted at Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, who was already on the verge of suffocating, almost fainted when he heard this voice transmission. At this critical moment, under the heavy pressure, the vast true energy in Duan Lingtian's qi swept out and quickly flowed through his 99 saint veins. With the help of the 9 dragons conveyance, the true energy completed a major circulatory cycle in just a blink of an eye before it whistled and rushed into Duan Lingtian's qi. In an instant, the qi in between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows trembled and seemed to explode. The feeling of fainting appeared again. However, this time, Duan Lingtian did not feel oppressed. Instead, he felt his body and mind lightened. All of this was because he had made a breakthrough. Under the heavy pressure, he had completed his breakthrough to the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage. Everything was just a matter of time. Originally, Duan Lingtian was only a step away from the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage. He had not cultivated for such a long time on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for nothing. However, due to some reasons, he had not been able to break through the last layer of paper. This time, due to the pressure from the territory of the suspected Saint Stage powerhouse and the thunderous voice transmission, Duan Lingtian managed to complete the final breakthrough and take the most crucial step. After he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage, although the pressure from the Golden Ocean was still there, it was not as strong as before. However, the suffocating sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, he felt a terrifying aura sweeping toward him at an extremely exaggerated speed. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian instantly activated his strange pupil. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleted, causing the scene in his field of vision to slow down. Seizing this critical moment, Duan Lingtian quickly took out the Jasper celestial sword. The true energy in his chi si that had expanded after his breakthrough continuously surged into the Jasper celestial sword. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian still retained 10% of his true energy. 90% of his true energy was quickly injected into the Jasper celestial sword. At this moment, the Jasper celestial sword began to tremble violently as it emitted a terrifying aura. The green energy on the sword was constantly flashing, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Without any hesitation or time for Duan Lingtian to think, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and swung the Jasper celestial sword out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that his heart was extremely calm. It was as though he had vaguely established a connection with the Jasper celestial sword in his hand. This connection was magical and difficult to describe with words. However, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel it. Whoosh! The sound of the sword whistling in the air disappeared in a flash, as though it was a flash in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the group of Moon Illumination Sect's elders and disciples who had rushed out of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate, an old figure that was not far away from Duan Lingtian was directly slashed into half. At the same time, the golden ocean in the sky disappeared as well. Junior Uncle Qian. Junior Brother Qian. Senior Brother Qian. At the instant the old figure was slashed into half by the sword ray, a few sorrowful cries resonated in the sky far away. It was none other than Zhang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and the few supreme elders of Moon Illumination Sect. Initially, they were a little disappointed. They thought Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape from Qian Kong's evil clutches. However, the sudden scene in front of them left them completely dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian had killed Qian Kong with just a sword strike. At the same time, not only were Zhang Wei and the others dumbfounded, but even Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky and watching the show, was shocked as well. Cold sweat even broke out on his forehead. Thank goodness! Thank goodness! At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He was thankful that he did not snatch the mysterious sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, although he knew his strength was far more powerful than Qian Kong, who had been killed. However, even he did not dare to say he could block that sword strike with 100% certainty. That sword strike was too fast and too powerful. It was so fast that it shocked him. It was so powerful that it made his heart tremble. Junior Brother, run! Although Bai Li Hong was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's domineering sword strike, he was the first to react and urged Duan Lingtian to run. Perhaps he did not know how Duan Lingtian could perform such a terrifying sword strike, but he could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian must have met certain conditions to perform that sword strike. It would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to perform the same sword strike now. I'll protect your family and friends. Bai Li Hong continued to urge him. Qian Kong. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian's train of thought instantly became clear. So, Zhao Feng is really Qian Kong's illegitimate son. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled Qian Kong's voice transmission and realized his previous guess was right. Zhao Feng was really Qian Kong's illegitimate son. However, he could not figure out how Qian Kong knew he was the one who killed Zhao Feng. Chapter 1556. However, Duan Lingtian knew there was no time for him to think about it. Qian Kong was the supreme elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. As a saint stage powerhouse, he was like a guardian in the Moon Illumination Sect. Killing Qian Kong in front of so many people meant that he had committed a serious crime. Most importantly, he had killed Qian Kong with just one strike of his sword. It was not because he was powerful, but because he had borrowed the Jasper Celestial Sword's energy. Borrowing the Jasper Celestial Sword's energy had cost him 90% of his true energy. Currently, He only had 10% of his true energy left in his chi. Senior brother, I'll leave Uncle Fong and the others in your hands. The moment the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At that instant, sword chi filled the area within a 100-meter radius with him as the center. Streaks of incomparably sharp sword light whizzed past, setting off the area within a radius of 100 meters as if it was a sword domain. This was the territory that Duan Lingtian had mastered after he had broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, Duan Lingtian could not control what kind of territory the true energy consolidated territory was. However, after breaking through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian knew what kind of territory he had comprehended. It was the 10,000 swords territory. The reason Duan Lingtian comprehended this territory was because he knew it had something to do with the Sovereign Heart Sword. When Duan Lingtian found out what kind of territory he had comprehended, he naturally knew what it was. Due to this reason, 10,000 swords filled the area within a 100-meter radius with him as the center. After a while, the 10,000 swords flew toward him rapidly. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like the 10,000 swords were going to pierce his heart. The scene of 10,000 swords whistling through the air was extremely spectacular. Only the ear-piercing sound of swords whistling through the air was left in the wake of the 10,000 swords. In just a blink of an eye, the 10,000 swords gathered under Duan Lingtian's feet and transformed into a solid and dazzling sword. Then, it seemed as though it had transformed into a streak of light as it disappeared into the distance. What a terrifying territory! What a fast speed! His speed is much faster than an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse, or even a Saint Stage powerhouse. High up in the sky, Tai Wu was also shocked when he saw the scene. However, looking at his complexion, he doesn't seem to be in a good condition. It's very obvious that using that mysterious treasured sword earlier also consumed a lot of his true energy. It's impossible for him to perform a second sword strike in such a short time. As a Saint Stage powerhouse, Tai Wu's judgment was not bad. It was easy for him to see through Duan Lingtian's current situation. Therefore, he immediately chased after him. When Tai Wu chased after him, the few Moon Illumination Sect Supreme Elders, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, finally regained their senses. Their expressions were grave as they chased after Duan Lingtian. They had never imagined that things would develop to such an extent. Duan Lingtian had killed Qian Kong. Who was Qian Kong? That was a powerhouse from the older generation in the Moon Illumination Sect. He was a Grand Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect, whom they had known for many years. Yet today he had fallen before their eyes. The person who killed him was a Moon Illumination Sect's disciple. Although they thought highly of Duan Lingtian and felt that if Duan Lingtian continued to grow, he would definitely lead the Moon Illumination Sect to glory, things had developed to such an extent that they could no longer control it. It would be fine if they were the only ones who saw Duan Lingtian killing Qian Kong. However, the problem was that more than half of the Moon Illumination Sect's people had seen it. Although Qian Kong was the Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elder, and many of the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples had never seen him before, the Moon Illumination Sect's elders and some of the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples recognized him. If someone who killed a Moon Illumination Sect's Grand Elder like Qian Kong could still be nurtured by the sect and become the sect's leader in the future, it would undoubtedly be a huge joke. Therefore, the moment Duan Lingtian killed Qian Kong, they knew the Moon Illumination Sect could no longer tolerate Duan Lingtian. Since they could no longer tolerate him, and Duan Lingtian might hate the Moon Illumination Sect because of Qian Kong, they were left with only one choice, which was to kill Duan Lingtian to prevent future troubles. They could not take the risk. If they took the risk, Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly be a potential threat to the Moon Illumination Sect when he grew stronger. They had to nip this threat in the bud. At this moment, they had already forgotten about Bai Li Hong. Although a 3-star saint inscription master was rare, it was insignificant in the face of the sect's survival. While they were chasing after Duan Lingtian, sect leader Jiang Wei did not forget to instruct the few vice sect leaders. Keep an eye on Duan Lingtian. Don't let him and the people in his mansion leave. Several vice sect leaders rushed back to Bai Li Hong's residence at the first moment. They were just in time to intercept Bai Li Hong, who was preparing to leave with Feng Wu Dao and the others. To be more precise, they had intercepted Bai Li Hong and Feng Wu Dao's group. Elder Bai Li, the sect master has ordered that you and the people in your residence are not allowed to leave. If you have offended him in any way, I hope that you can forgive us. A few vice sect masters surrounded Bai Li Hong and the others, and one of them said, "Gentlemen, how about we make a deal?" Bai Li Hong looked at the few vice sect leaders and asked indifferently. He did not panic. "What deal?" Several vice sect leaders frowned. "If you let me go, I'm willing to give each of you a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions." Bai Li Hong said. Bai Li Hong's words lit up the eyes of the few vice sect leaders. "Are you serious?" "I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, it's not convenient for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath in the sect now. I'm sure the vice sect masters don't want others to hear the resonance of the 9x9 heavenly tribulation, right?" Bai Li Hong added. "Let's go." At this moment, the few vice sect leaders looked at each other. Not only did they disobey sect leader Jiang Wei's order, but they even personally escorted Bai Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, and the others out of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Naturally, they were extremely discreet when they left. Nobody noticed them at all. The reason they did so was because the temptation of Bai Li Hong's promise was too great. Even the sect leader and the few supreme elders did not have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions, let alone them. To them, Bai Li Hong's life and death were of no importance. The most important thing was to obtain the benefits in their hands. As for the sect leader, Jiang Wei, they could completely shirk the responsibility and say that they had chased after Bai Li Hong but failed to catch up to him. When they arrived at a place far away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Bai Li Hong swore on the lightning penalty oath and negotiated a deal with the few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect were satisfied and let him go. Although they had yet to obtain a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions, they were not worried that Bai Li Hong would go back on his word since he had swore on the lightning penalty oath. Moreover, the lightning penalty oath that Bai Li Hong swore said that he would give each of them a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions within 3 years. 3 years was not a long time to them. Naturally, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, was unaware of what had happened here. Otherwise, he would be so angry that he would throw up blood. When Bai Li Hong brought Feng Wu Dao and the others away from the Moon Illumination sect, the group of Moon Illumination sect's elders, deacons, and disciples near the mountain gate of the Moon Illumination sect's estate had already regained their senses. The scene that had happened earlier had given them a great shock. The Moon Illumination sect's elders who recognized Chen Kong, in particular, muttered in shock. "Duan Ling Tian, he actually killed Elder Chen Kong? How's this possible?" Elder Chen Kong is our Moon Illumination sect's supreme elder. He's a saint stage powerhouse. But he... Unbelievable. How's it possible for Duan Lingtian to be so powerful? The group of Moon Illumination sect's elders were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Some of them were even trying to confirm that they were not dreaming. Elder Chen Kong? Supreme Elder. Saint Stage Powerhouse. Naturally, the group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples heard the words of the Moon Illumination sect's elders. At once, the identity of the old man who was killed with their own eyes spread out. Chen Kong was the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elder, a Saint Stage powerhouse. Oh my god, I'm not dreaming, am I? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian killed Elder Lu Huan and Elder Qin Kong? Elder Qin Kong is a Saint Stage powerhouse. A Saint Stage powerhouse is almost invincible to martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Stage. Don't tell me senior brother Duan Ling Tian is also a Saint Stage powerhouse? When senior brother Duan Ling Tian left earlier, he seemed to have cast his territory with a true energy, consolidated territory. His strength is not as simple as what he showed in front of Elder Lu Huan. The true energy consolidated territory is the symbol of a paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is at least a paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage? In my opinion, senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a Saint Stage powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he kill Elder Qin Kong? I also think senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a Saint Stage powerhouse. The group of Moon Illumination Sect's disciples discussed among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Ling Tian, their faces were filled with awe and shock. They were not the only ones. Even the group of Moon Illumination Sect's elders did not realize that although Duan Ling Tian had killed Qin Kong, he had cast a heavy blow. Apart from Tai Wu from the Mountain Shade Black Market, even the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, had noticed this as well. They knew it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to cast such a powerful sword strike again in a short period of time. That was why they dared to chase after him. Otherwise, how would they dare to chase after a powerhouse who could kill Qin Kong in just one strike? Naturally, the reason they chased after Duan Ling Tian was not only to kill Duan Ling Tian to prevent future trouble, but they could also see how extraordinary the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was. As Saint Stage powerhouses, apart from having good eyesight, they also had a keen sense that far surpassed ordinary martial artists. Chapter 1557. Due to this reason, the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, coveted the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Due to this reason, they chased after him without any hesitation. In the distance, Duan Ling Tian's face was turning paler as he flew on his sword. The sword strike he used to kill Qin Kong earlier seemed simple, but it had actually depleted 90% of his true energy. The remaining 10% of his true energy had been used to form the 10,000 swords territory using the true energy, consolidated territory. Subsequently, the 10,000 swords territory transformed into a flying sword and carried Duan Ling Tian away from the Moon Illumination Sect. One must admit that the flying sword was very fast. However, due to its fast speed, it consumed a lot of energy as well. After flying for a short distance, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the true energy in his body was almost depleted. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy in his mind was almost depleted due to the strange pupil that he had cast earlier. His true energy was almost depleted, and his spiritual energy was almost depleted as well. Currently, Duan Ling Tian only felt extremely uncomfortable. This was not physical discomfort, but it was mental discomfort. What should I do? The few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect will definitely catch up with me. After killing Qin Kong, Duan Ling Tian noticed a few figures flying out from the sky above the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. They were none other than the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect. Although he could kill Qin Kong with a single sword strike, it was all thanks to the Jasper Celestial Sword. Without the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only be invincible below the Saint Stage, even if he had broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment Stage. Without the Jasper Celestial Sword, he might not even be a match for the weakest powerhouses above the Saint Stage, let alone killing a Saint Stage powerhouse with a single strike. Currently, using the Jasper Celestial Sword took a huge toll on him. He had consumed 90% of his true energy to kill Qin Kong. They're catching up to us soon. At the same time, Hua Lao's voice resonated from the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda to remind Duan Lingtian. Hua Lao, what should I do now? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Not only did the flying sword beneath his feet slow down, it even began to fade, as if it could disappear at any moment. Find a place that won't be exposed to wind and rain, then put the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda inside. As long as they don't destroy the surrounding environment, you should be safe. Hua Lao pondered for a moment and reminded him. As soon as Hua Lao said this, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed Hua Lao's intention. That works. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. He stepped on the flying sword and descended from the sky. He directly rode the sword into a dense forest, and a huge rock appeared in front of him. That's it. Duan Lingtian mobilized his remaining true qi and lifted the boulder. Then he dug a hole under the boulder and threw the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda into it. Then, before the boulder fell again, he entered the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda with a single thought. Boom! As the boulder fell, the small hole where the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was completely covered. It was not afraid of wind and rain at all. Under such circumstances, unless the pursuers behind him went crazy and destroyed the surrounding environment, it was impossible to force Duan Lingtian to show himself. After Duan Lingtian entered the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda, he immediately went to the third level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. Apart from recovering his true energy, he also began to recover his spiritual energy. To him, this was an urgent matter. While Duan Lingtian was hiding, Tai Wu, the Saint Stage powerhouse from the Mountain Shade Black Market stationed in the Nine Sect Alliances district, also appeared in the sky above the forest, where Duan Lingtian was hiding. He's hiding. Tai Wu looked at the forest beneath his feet and smirked coldly. Then, as though he had noticed something, his eyes narrowed before he hit again. While Tai Wu was hiding, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and a few other Moon Illumination Sect Supreme Elders also appeared in the sky above the forest. They stopped moving and looked around. His aura seems to have disappeared in this place. Jiang Wei said with a frown, "Let's look around." At once, the group of Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect split up to patrol in the sky, while the rest entered the forest and began a thorough search. As Saint Stage powerhouses, their spiritual energy had already given birth to the divine consciousness. Nothing could hide from their divine consciousness. Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky, had a grave expression on his face. He was not afraid of any of the Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect. However, if these Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect joined forces, he was no match for them. Due to this reason, no matter how anxious he was, worried that Jiang Wei and the others would beat him to it and snatch the mysterious treasured sword from Duan Lingtian, there was nothing he could do. All he could do was watch. I hope you'll hide well and not be discovered by them. Otherwise, you'll disappoint me. Tai Wu thought to himself. His words were obviously directed at Duan Lingtian. One could imagine how speechless Duan Lingtian would be if he heard Tai Wu's words. While Tai Wu was feeling anxious, the group of people from the Moon Illumination Sect searched the surroundings for an entire hour before they finally gathered again. However, all of them returned empty-handed. Upon seeing this, Tai Wu sighed in relief. We didn't find him. Jiang Wei frowned. His aura clearly disappeared here. Don't tell me he can fly or burrow into the ground. Perhaps he has some way to remove his aura and prevent us from detecting it. One of the Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elders speculated. That's possible. Another Supreme Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect agreed with this Supreme Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. That's the only possibility. Otherwise, how could a martial cultivator who hasn't even entered the Saint Stage escape from our divine consciousness? In the end, the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect, including Jiang Wei, reached a consensus. How would they know that Duan Lingtian's aura was also isolated by the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda after he entered it? As a celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was still capable of this. Now, we can only split up and search for him. Soon after, the few saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect reached a consensus again. They split into 3 groups and searched for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts in a carpet style. Seeing the few people from the Moon Illumination sect had split up, Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky, did not show himself. His expression was calm, as though he was waiting for something. Soon after, the few high-ranking officials from the Moon Illumination sect, including Jiang Wei, returned from 3 different directions and gathered again. It was apparent their departure earlier was just an illusion. Their purpose was to lure Duan Lingtian out, since they were not sure if Duan Lingtian was still in this area. Currently, they had confirmed that Duan Lingtian was no longer in this area. At this moment, they finally split up and searched for Duan Lingtian in 3 different directions. At this moment, Tai Wu finally showed himself. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm the closest to him and know he's hiding in this area, I'm afraid I would have been fooled by him like those trash from the Moon Illumination sect. After Tai Wu showed himself, he looked down at the forest beneath his feet and smirked coldly. Based on his words, it was obvious he was certain Duan Lingtian was still in this area. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know what kind of secret technique you've used to hide, you'll still have to show yourself in front of me. Tai Wu, no matter how strange your secret technique is. Tai Wu sneered and extended both of his arms. At this moment, a surge of vast true energy appeared on each of Tai Wu's arms. It seemed to have transformed into 2 dragons that kept swallowing and hissing. In the next moment, as Tai Wu's arms shook, the 2 dragons transformed from true energy, lashed out at the forest below like 2 huge whips. Wherever they passed, the wind howled and the cranes screamed as though the air had been sucked out. Bang! Bang! At the same time, the 2 dragons landed in the forest, causing the ground to tremble as though there was an earthquake. Although the 2 dragons did not hit the gigantic rock that the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda was hiding in, due to the trembling ground, the gigantic rock was sent flying. At this moment, the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda that was hidden under the gigantic rock was sent flying as well. Before the 4th level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda was repaired, the space inside was unstable. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda and recovering his true energy and spiritual energy, was sent flying out of the pagoda. Since he did not have much true energy left, Duan Lingtian rolled on the ground a few times after he was sent flying out. He was covered in dust and looked extremely wretched. Oh no. At this moment, he finally regained his senses and realized the thing he did not want to happen the most had happened. Originally, he knew he had taken a risk by hiding in such a way. This was because he did not know if his pursuers would destroy the surrounding environment. If it was destroyed, he would be sent out of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda immediately, even if he was hiding in it. However, he had no other choice but to take the risk. Now, the truth had proven that he was unlucky. I can't believe I still failed. When Duan Lingtian realized he was unlucky, he could not help but sigh inwardly. He immediately looked at the figure that was descending from the sky. However, when he saw the black figure, he could not help but frown. It doesn't seem like any of the saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, the feeling he gives me doesn't seem like he's from the Moon Illumination sect. The person who had appeared was, naturally, Tai Wu. Duan Lingtian. After Tai Wu appeared, he studied Duan Lingtian with interest. You're quite capable to be able to deceive those trash from the Moon Illumination sect. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me, Tai Wu. Who are you? Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. He realized he had guessed correctly. This black-clad middle-aged man was not from the Moon Illumination sect. However, since this person dared to call the Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect trash, he must be more powerful than the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that you'll die in my hands today. Chapter 1558. Although Tai Wu was considered a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the Nine Sect Alliances district, his identity in the Mountain Shade Black Markets upper branch was still an assassin. All assassins in the Mountain Shade Black Market would have to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would never reveal their identities outside. Otherwise, they would be killed by the lightning penalty. I don't think there's any enmity between us. Why do you want to kill me? Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "There's no enmity between us. Unfortunately, a man's wealth is his own ruin. I've taken a fancy to the sword in your hand." Tai Wu smiled sinisterly. At the same time, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. "Sword." Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. However, he quickly regained his senses and realized the sword Tai Wu was talking about was his Jasper celestial sword. "Don't play dumb. You haven't even entered the Saint Stage yet. Didn't you rely on that sword to kill Qian Kong from the Moon Illumination sect? Although Qian Kong is trash, he's still a Saint Stage powerhouse no matter what. If you don't have that sword, it's impossible for you to kill him with just one strike." Tai Wu smirked. "You're talking about this, right?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as the Jasper celestial sword appeared in his hand with a raise of his hand. When Tai Wu saw the Jasper celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, his eyes lit up immediately. "If you're interested in this sword, I don't mind giving it to you. However, the prerequisite is that you'll have to use it first." With a flip of his hand, Duan Lingtian grabbed the body of the Jasper celestial sword and handed the hilt to Tai Wu as though he was really going to give the sword to him. "Boy, what are you trying to do?" When Tai Wu saw how cooperative Duan Lingtian was, he became a little fearful. He did not reach out to take the sword. Instead, he asked with a grave expression, "What can I do?" Duan Lingtian laughed at himself. "If I can still do something, why would I be here talking nonsense with you? You're a Saint Stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you're so cowardly that you don't dare to take the sword that I'm giving to you?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized the word give. Tai Wu only realized that Duan Lingtian did not have the strength to wield the sword in his hand, Duan Lingtian's hand. Otherwise, just as Duan Lingtian had said, he would utterly not waste his breath on him and would have swung his sword over since long ago. The scene of Duan Lingtian killing Qian Kong with a sword was still vivid in his mind. That sword strike appeared ordinary, but it actually contained an extremely powerful and frightening strength. Wu's sword, celestial. Wu's celestial Duan, celestial LLL done. He tai tian's tian, Wu tian, Wu s, done he Duan. Duan sword, Duan done. Wu Duan done sword. S celestial al Wu's Duan Wu's. However, his expression quickly changed. This was because he realized the Jasper celestial sword that was as light as a feather in Duan Lingtian's hand was terrifyingly heavy in his hand. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could not pick it up. "Lad, what's going on? You're a Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator. So why can't I pick it up?" Tai Wu asked in a deep voice as he withdrew his hand after a long while. In his opinion, there must be a secret in Duan Lingtian's sword. If he wanted to pick up the sword, he would have to master the secret first. "I'm giving the sword to you. You can't blame me if you can't pick it up." Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. At the same time, Tai Wu did not notice the fear in Duan Lingtian's eyes had disappeared and was replaced with indifference. It was as though his mentality had undergone a great change in an instant. "Lad, You must be up to something. Tai Wu's face turned pale as he shouted. I advise you to tell me the secret of this sword if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, even if I can't obtain it, I'll kill you. When Tai Wu reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. What kind of trick can I play? Duan Lingtian continued to shake his head. He did not panic as Tai Wu had expected. Instead, he looked indifferent, as though he did not care about Tai Wu's threat at all. Lad, are you doubting my words? Do you think I won't kill you? Tai Wu asked coldly as his expression darkened. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not reply. Lad, since I can destroy you, I can naturally kill you as well. I advise you to cooperate with me honestly. Perhaps I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Tai Wu sneered. You'll destroy me? Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know what he meant. I'm sure you don't know what happened in the Moon Illumination sect before you returned to the sect, right? Tai Wu smiled sinisterly. Although I don't know why Qian Kong attacked you. There's no place for you in the Moon Illumination sect, even if you didn't kill Qian Kong today. Killing an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect is a crime punishable by death in the Moon Illumination sect. Killing an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect? You mean Lu Huan? Duan Lingtian frowned. He was even more puzzled by Tai Wu's words. I don't know who Lu Huan is, but since the Moon Illumination sect's elder you killed had a cultivation base at the Paramount St. Rudiment stage, it's only natural that he was an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. Tai Wu snorted. Perhaps you don't know this, but before you returned to the Moon Illumination sect, I recorded the scene of you killing the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect into the mirror image talisman. Then, I projected the image stored in the mirror image talisman into the sky above the Moon Illumination sect's estate before you did. However, Tai Wu was unaware of this. If Duan Lingtian did not kill Lu Huan, nothing would have happened to Duan Lingtian even if the matter of him killing Lu Huan was exposed. Lu Huan's death was mostly his own doing. Although Lu Huan was dead, nobody in the Moon Illumination sect sympathized with him. Everyone thought he had dug his own grave and deserved to die. After Jiang Wei and the others from the Moon Illumination sect saw Duan Lingtian's strength, they regarded him as a treasure. If it was not for the incident that happened later, they would have trained Duan Lingtian as the next successor to the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, even if it was not for Duan Lingtian. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian finally had an answer to some of the questions in his heart. No wonder Qian Kong wants to kill me. As it turns out, he's already found out about my true strength. Since he knows about my true strength, it's only natural that he knows Zhao Feng's death has something to do with me. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. Boy, I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't tell me the secret of this sword after 15 minutes, I'll definitely kill you. As soon as Tai Wu finished speaking, he even swore on the lightning penalty oath as though he wanted to be more persuasive. Boom, 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 boom. As the 9-9 heavenly tribulation responded to the tribulation oath, Tai Wu faced Duan Lingtian in a victorious manner. It was as though he was not worried Duan Lingtian would reveal the secret of the sword in his hand. Ha 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 ha! Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, laughed when he saw Tai Wu swearing on the lightning penalty oath. He laughed in a carefree manner. What are you laughing at? Tai Wu flew into a rage out of humiliation. I'm laughing at your ignorance. After Duan Lingtian's smile faded a little, he said nonchalantly, However, since you like swearing on the lightning penalty oath, I'll play with you as well. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he also swore on the lightning penalty oath. If I have a way to make this person use the sword in my hand, I'm willing to be killed by the lightning penalty. This was the lightning penalty oath Duan Lingtian swore on. After he swore on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Lingtian did not suffer from the lightning penalty at all. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not lying. You have no way to make me use it? Impossible. Impossible. Then how can you use it? You are just an ant at the Saint Rudiment stage. How can you use a sword that even a Saint stage powerhouse like me can't pick up? When Tai Wu realized Duan Lingtian was not lying, horror dawned on him immediately. Initially, his imagination was perfect. As long as he obtained the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, he would be able to leave the 9-sect Alliance's district and return to the Mountain Shade Black Market's upper-level branch. Not only did he want to return, but he also wanted to kill all those who had gone against him in the past. However, reality told him that he could not use the sword that he had always dreamed of. Nothing is impossible in this vast world. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "Since I can't use it, don't even think about using it. Die! Die!" Tai Wu's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. After he shouted coldly, the true energy in his body surged as he was about to kill Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance anymore. Just when Tai Wu was about to lose his mind, Duan Lingtian spoke nonchalantly again. At the same time, he casually tossed out an item. A stone tablet with a missing corner appeared out of thin air. After Duan Lingtian tossed it out, it seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as it charged toward Tai Wu as though it was on steroids. Boom! Before Tai Wu could make his move, the stone tablet hit his body. In the next moment, although Tai Wu did not seem to be injured, he fell down. His eyes were dull as though he had lost his soul. As for him, he had indeed lost his soul. To be more precise, his soul had been suppressed. Naturally, the thing that suppressed his soul was the Devil Seal tablet that Duan Lingtian had just taken out. When Tai Wu was trying to take the Jasper Celestial Sword away from Duan Lingtian had already discovered that Tai Wu was a devil cultivator. After finding out that Tai Wu was a devil cultivator, he was no longer worried. With his current Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base, it was impossible for a devil cultivator at the first stage of the Saint stage to escape from the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. The Saint stage was divided into many stages. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard from his senior brother, by Li Hong, that the strongest powerhouse in the 9-sect Alliance's district was only at the peak of the first stage of the Saint stage. In the entire 9-sect Alliance's district, there were only 2 such powerhouses. Chapter 1559. After killing Tai Wu, taking his spatial ring, and destroying his corpse, Duan Lingtian immediately left the forest that was destroyed by Tai Wu. Currently, the most important thing for him was to find a secluded place to recuperate. As for other matters, he would have to wait until his true energy and spiritual energy had recovered. The group of Moon Illumination Sect's Saint Stage powerhouses, including Sect Leader Jiang Wei, returned to the Moon Illumination Sect one after another in disappointment after searching for Duan Lingtian for more than 10 days to no avail. As soon as Jiang Wei returned to the Moon Illumination Sect, he was furious when he heard about Bai Li Hong escaping with his men. He was not stupid. His first thought was that the few vice sect leaders had let Bai Li Hong go. However, what could he do even if he guessed it? Could he sentence them to death or expel them from the Moon Illumination Sect? The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination Sect were all imminent Saint Stage powerhouses. All of them were the pillars of the Moon Illumination Sect. Moreover, none of them would be able to break through to the Saint Stage at any time. It would be a loss to the Moon Illumination Sect if any of them died. Due to this reason, Jiang Wei did not do anything even though he was furious. The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination Sect had taken this into consideration when they decided to let Bai Li Hong and the others go. No matter what, the Moon Illumination Sect had lost Qian Kong, Bai Li Hong, and a peerless genius like Duan Lingtian. The loss was immeasurable. Due to this reason, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination Sect, did not have a pleasant expression on his face. Naturally, although he did not continue to search for Duan Lingtian, he did not give up. He secretly sent the elders he trusted in the Moon Illumination sect to search for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. If my Moon Illumination sect can obtain that sword, it won't be impossible for my Moon Illumination sect to become the leader of the 9 sections. When Jiang Wei recalled the mysterious sword Duan Lingtian had used to kill Qian Kong, his heart burned with eagerness. He was determined to obtain that sword. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was hiding in a remote place, cultivating on the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. More than 10 days had passed in the outside world, but more than a month had passed in the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian's true qi had almost fully recovered, and his mental strength had also recovered. The reason he did not wake up from his cultivation was because Duan Lingtian was further consolidating his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After all, he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in a hurry, so his cultivation was not stable yet. This time, he planned to use this opportunity to completely consolidate his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After he had stabilized his cultivation base, he would make another trip to the Moon Illumination sect. He was very worried about by Li Hong and his friends. Although Duan Lingtian was worried, he did not think the Moon Illumination sect would execute them. After all, even if the Moon Illumination sect executed them, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. In his opinion, as a 7th-rate sect, the Moon Illumination sect would not do such a stupid thing. While Duan Lingtian was consolidating his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, the faraway Azure Cloud Mansion was not calm at all. Whoosh! A swift figure landed on the floating island like a gust of wind. Elder Rome. Elder Rome. On the other hand, the rows of black-armored guards patrolling the island in the sky also stopped and bowed respectfully when they saw the newcomer slowing down. The person whom they addressed as Elder Rome was an old man. The old man was dressed in a gray robe. Although his hair was white, his face was ruddy and he had a sage-like aura. However, at this moment, his expression was slightly gloomy. The old man nodded at the black armored guards he encountered on the way. With a flash of movement, he sped up again. Soon after, he entered the most luxurious building on the floating island and the most spacious mansion. Lord Mansion Master. Soon after, the old man saw the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. Elder Rome, you look like you're in a hurry. Did something happen? Duan Rufeng asked. The old man in front of him had followed him for many years and was in charge of gathering information for his subordinates. If something had not happened, it was impossible for him to come looking for him in such a hurry. Mansion Master, if I'm not mistaken, the young Mansion Master's full name is Duan Lingtian, right? The old man asked after taking a deep breath. That's right. Duan Rufeng nodded. Then he asked with a joyful expression on his face. What? Did Elder Ku bring Tianer back? No. Faced with the surprised Duan Rufeng, the old man shook his head and smiled dryly. Then he said, I've received news that the dragons are secretly searching for a young man named Duan Lingtian. It's said that the dragon's clan leader personally gave the order. Moreover, there's a portrait in the hands of the dragon's intelligence department. This is a copy of the portrait by my subordinates. I think the person in the portrait looks a little like you, Mansion Master. For this reason, I suspect the person the dragons are looking for is the young Mansion Master. The old man raised his hand and took out a portrait before he passed it to Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng opened the portrait and looked at it. His eyes narrowed immediately. With just a glance, he could tell the person in the portrait was his son, Duan Lingtian. What's going on? My son is still in the mortal continent. How did he offend the dragons? Duan Rufeng's expression turned grave. He had to be cautious about this matter since it concerned the dragons. Although the Azure Cloud Mansion was not afraid of the Dragon Clan, he could not help but worry about his son's safety when he thought about how the Dragon Clan was looking for his son. Moreover, It was obvious the Dragon Clan was not looking for his son to return to the Dragon Clan for tea. I can't figure it out as well. By right, the young Mansion Master should be in the mortal continent now. Mansion Master, you also said you left the voice transmission jade slip for the young Mansion Master and asked Kumi, that old fellow, to wait for him at the southern border of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. By right, if he leaves the mortal continent, he should look for Kumi immediately. However, until now there's still no news from Kumi. The old man was the general manager of the Azure Cloud Mansion's intelligence department. To a certain extent, he could be considered as Duan Roofing's eyes and ears in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. He would be able to find out immediately if there was any commotion in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Naturally, if it was just some insignificant force, he would not pay any attention to it at all. Something must have changed in this matter. Duan Roofing's eyes gleamed brightly as he said in a deep voice, "Rong Yuan, I plan to make a trip back to the Cloud Continent. Tell Madam that I have something to attend to at the last minute. Don't tell Madam about this. I'm afraid she'll be worried." Yes. Rong Yuan was also the general manager of the Azure Cloud Mansion's intelligence department. He was also Duan Roofing's right-hand man. When he heard Duan Roofing's words, he immediately responded respectfully. After Duan Roofing passed down his order, he immediately left the Azure Cloud Mansion. He left alone without bringing anyone with him. His destination was the southern district of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Lord Mansion Master? Kumi, who had been waiting at the southern coastal district of the Dao Marshal Saint Land for a long time, did not expect the Lord Mansion Master would personally make an appearance. He was shocked. "Kumi, follow me to the Cloud Continent." Duan Rafeng said indifferently when he saw the old man who was completely covered in a gray robe. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and made his way to the Cloud Continent. The old man did not dare to dawdle and immediately followed him. Although this old man was also dressed in gray like Rong Yuan, he was on the other end of the spectrum compared to Rong Yuan's sage-like demeanor. Just by standing there, he inadvertently exuded a gloomy and cold aura, as if thousands of ghosts were coming to visit him. He was also holding a walking stick in his hand. If Han Shu and I was here, she would definitely be able to recognize him with just a glance. This old man was the person who had stopped the group of people from the Green Wave Han Mansion when they were leaving the Dao Marshal Saint Land from the south in a grandiose manner. The old man had stopped the group of powerhouses from the Green Wave Han Mansion with just his strength alone. Moreover, even the strongest powerhouse by her side, Mui, was respectful to the old man. "Kumi," Rong Yuan brought back a piece of news. "He said that the dragons are looking for my son." Duan Rafeng said while they were on their way. Although his tone was calm, Kumi could hear a trace of terrifying coldness in it. "Young Mansion Master? Isn't the young Mansion Master on the Cloud Continent?" Upon hearing this, Kumi's emotions could not help but fluctuate a little. "Have you encountered anything out of the ordinary while you've been here all these years? For example, did some powerhouses leave the Dao Marshal Saint Land and go to the Cloud Continent?" Duan Ruffing asked. 2 days ago, there was a group of people who went south. Kumi pondered for a moment before he said, "At that time, it was the people from the Green Wave Han Mansion. However, they didn't go to the Cloud Continent. They searched the vast sea for a long time as though they were looking for someone. After a period of time, they returned after they found nothing." "Did you see anyone from the dragons?" Duan Rafeng asked again. "People from the dragons?" Upon hearing Duan Roofing's words, Kumi's heart skipped a beat. Then he said, "A year ago, Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, passed by this place. I've met him before. According to him, he went to an island on the Separation Cloud Continent and not the Cloud Continent. Not long ago, he just came back from there. Although he forced a smile in front of me, I could tell he seemed to have suffered a setback. Then I must be right. It must have something to do with Diju." Upon hearing this, Duan Roofing's face turned grave immediately. Upon hearing Duan Rufing's words, Kumi seemed to have guessed something as well. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Mansion Master, I was careless in this matter. If something really happened to young Mansion Master because of Diju, Kumi, will definitely take Diju's life even if I have to spill my blood on the dragons. Kumi's words were said in an extremely cold and sinister manner. There's no point in saying all this now. The most important thing now is to go to the Cloud Continent to investigate the situation. Since the dragons are looking for my son, I'm sure he's fine now. The moment Duan Rufing thought of this, he secretly sighed in relief. Chapter 1560. According to the Oracle Man, he was Duan Rufing's son. He was not a short-lived person. Realizing that there might be some conflict between the dragons and Duan Lingtian, Duan Rufing and Kumi immediately sped up and headed south to Cloud Continent. With their speed, it did not take long for them to arrive at Cloud Continent. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. After stabilizing his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he immediately went to the vicinity of the Moon Illumination Sect. After lying in ambush for a few days, he finally found an opportunity to knock out a Moon Illumination Sect inner court disciple who had just returned from outside. He then disguised himself as him and took his inner court disciple token before entering the Moon Illumination Sect's estate without any obstruction. After entering the Moon Illumination Sect's estate, he immediately went to the inner court. Soon after, he learned that Bai Li Hong had left the Moon Illumination Sect with Feng Wu Dao and the rest. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Since senior brother has left with Uncle Feng and the rest, it means that they're safe. With senior brother's strength and identity as a 3-star Saint Inscription Master, let alone in the 9-sect Alliances district, he won't have to worry about not having a place to stay even if he leaves the 9-sect Alliances district. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt relieved. After confirming that Bai Li Hong and the rest were fine, Duan Lingtian went to the outer court again to secretly check on Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. However, unfortunately, Ling Yun and Xiong Hu were not there. Could something have happened? Worried that his identity would be exposed, Duan Lingtian did not investigate further and left the Moon Illumination Sect's estate first. After leaving, he went to Mound Hill City. However, he did not show himself. Who knew if the Moon Illumination Sect had arranged for someone to wait for him in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? After asking around outside Mound Hill City, Duan Lingtian realized that Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, was fine and was not implicated at all. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then the sect leader of the Moon Illumination Sect isn't crazy. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he left Mound Hill City. After leaving Mound Hill City, Duan Lingtian's first thought was to go to Han River City. After senior brother brought Uncle Feng and the rest out of the Moon Illumination Sect, I wonder if they'll settle down in Han River City. I'll try my luck there. Maybe we can find some useful information in Han River City. Having made his decision, Duan Lingtian headed towards Han River City. As the #1 city within the 9-sect Alliance's territory, Han River City was naturally the first to receive news. Duan Lingtian had been to Han River City before, so he was familiar with the place this time. After arriving at Han River City, Duan Lingtian spent the next few days in a restaurant, listening to the discussions of martial and Dao cultivators from all over the 9-sect Alliances. However, he was shocked to find that the news about the Moon Illumination Sect did not spread out at all. Whether it was the death of a Saint stage powerhouse in the Moon Illumination Sect or the fact that Bai Li Hong had left the sect, none of them spread out. This made Duan Lingtian feel a little strange. Duan Lingtian did not know that when the few Saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect returned after failing to find him, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination Sect, Jiang Wei, had urged the group of inner court and outer court elders to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would not spread the news of what happened that day. The news of what happened that day naturally referred to the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Qian Kong, and by Li Hong leaving the Moon Illumination sect. Both of these matters were enough to affect the foundation of the Moon Illumination sect. After all, Qian Kong was one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong was the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. If outsiders learned that Qian Kong was dead and Bai Li Hong had left the Moon Illumination sect, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the Moon Illumination sect. After staying in Mound Hill City for a few days, Duan Lingtian did not manage to find out any useful information. For a moment, he was at a loss. Now, where should he go? To him, even the 9-sect Alliances district was not a safe place. For this reason, he did not plan to stay in the 9-sect Alliances district for long. The situation in the Dao Martial Saint Land was similar to the Cloud Continent. The closer one was to the central area, the more powerful martial and Dao cultivators there would be. The forces there were as many as the hairs on a cow. There was no lack of 6th rate forces, or forces that were above 6th rate. I'll head north first, and head to the capital of Windfall Nation. Soon, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, Duan Lingtian had learned about the forces around the 9-sect alliances. He knew that the vast land in the north of the 9-sect alliances district belonged to a 6th-rate saint nation called Windfall Nation. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from sects and clans, there were also saint nations among the 6th-rate forces. Of course, these so-called saint nations were also clans in the beginning. However, they were not willing to stay in one place, so they ruled the vast land around them and established their own nation. More than half of the 9 great sects in the 9-sect alliances district came from the vast land that was occupied by Windfall Nation. Because they would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, they came to this remote and barren land in the current 9-sect alliances district and continued to build their own sect space, continuing to live their carefree and ungoverned days. It was said that due to Windfall Nation's vast land, they did not care about the barren land in the 9-sect alliances district. For this reason, the 9 great sects lived a carefree life in this area. What separated Windfall Nation and the 9-sect alliances district was a barren desert. In this desert, apart from all kinds of powerful wild beasts, there were all kinds of harsh natural environments as well. Even with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, if he did not use the flying sword consolidated from his 10,000 swords territory to travel, it would take him at least 10 days to completely cross this desert. Perhaps the reason why Windfall Nation did not occupy the land in the 9-sect alliances district is mainly because of this desert. Standing at the border of the 9-sect alliances district, Duan Lingtian, who was about to cross the desert and enter Windfall Nation's district, could not help but think to himself as he looked at the endless desert in front of him. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that when he entered the desert, his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, had already arrived at the 10 great dynasties in the south of Cloud Continent. After entering the Darkhan dynasty, he entered the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and finally the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Kumi, just wait for me here, Duan Rufeng said to Kumi indifferently as he looked down at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Yes, Lord Mansion Master. In front of Duan Rufeng, Kumi was extremely respectful and did not dare to overstep his boundaries. Subsequently, Duan Rufeng entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. One must admit that Duan Rufeng was very smart. He knew to return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, he finally found the clue that he was looking for. Originally, Duan Lingtian had intentionally left these clues for Li Fei before he left Cloud Continent. This was because he knew that as long as Li Fei was still alive, she would definitely return. However, to his surprise, the person who obtained the clues he left behind first was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. Even the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Lingtian left for Li Fei had also landed in Duan Rufeng's hands. Through the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Lingtian left behind, Duan Rufeng also found out about the ins and outs of this matter. What a good dragons! What a good Diju! Good. Very good. I'll definitely ask the dragons for an explanation for destroying my son's sect. Killing intent flashed in Duan Rufeng's eyes. However, when he found out that one of his daughters-in-law had been taken away, his heart sank again. Zoroastrianism? What's the background of that daughter-in-law of mine? Her twin sister actually calls herself a Zoroastrianism. Shouldn't Zoroastrianism people be in the upper province? Why would she come to the lower province? That's not right. Once said that my daughter-in-law, Kerr, grew up with tea on her since childhood. How could she possibly have anything to do with Zoroastrianism in the upper province? However, it's someone who calls herself a Zoroastrianism person who took her away. Not only that, but that person even calls herself her twin sister. Not only that, but that woman who calls herself Kerr's twin sister is so powerful that she's even stronger than Diju. The moment Duan Rufeng thought about this, his heart felt a little heavy. Although he did not take Diju seriously, he still knew a little about how powerful Diju was. After all, Diju was one of the only 2 5-clawed golden dragons in the upper province. Although he had yet to fully mature, his strength was still extraordinary. If that woman was really Kerr's twin sister, then her actual age would only be slightly over 30 years old. Slightly over 30 years old. But her strength was far more powerful than Diju. She's so young, but she already possesses such monstrous strength. It seems like she's not lying. She's most likely a Zoroastrianism person. Only the outstanding young talents from the top first-rate forces in the upper province would possess such monstrous strength at such a young age. The moment Duan Rufeng thought about this, he could not help but gasp. Even he had only heard of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had never come into contact with anyone from the upper province. Since ancient times, the Dao Martial Saint Land is divided into the 3 religions and 9 sects. The 9 sects refer to the forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land from the 1st rate to the 9th rate. The 3 religions refer to the 3 top first-rate forces with the longest inheritance in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They're also the 3 most mysterious and powerful sections. Zoroastrianism is one of them. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the 3 great sects and the other powerful forces that rose to power entered the upper province. For so many years, nobody in the lower province mentioned the 3 great sects. Chapter 1561. In fact, Duan Lingtian had given it a lot of thought before he decided to cross the vast desert and head to the capital of Windfall Nation. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had heard his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, mention Windfall Nation many times. Based on Bai Li Hong's words, it seemed like he was looking forward to going to Windfall Nation. He had even said that if it was not for the Moon Illumination sect, he would have gone to Windfall Nation long ago. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian felt Bai Li Hong might have brought Fengwu Dao and the others to Windfall Nation. Not only that, but this feeling was very strong as well. What Duan Lingtian did not expect was when he was crossing the desert and heading to Windfall Nation, his cheapskate father would leave Cloud Continent not long after he obtained the clue he left behind in the Crimson Sky Kingdom on Cloud Continent. Let's go to the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Rufeng and Kumi came and went like the wind. From the time they arrived on Cloud Continent to the time they left, it only took them a day. Of course, they didn't even spend 1/10 of the day on the road. This was because the clue Duan Lingtian left behind mentioned that he had brought Fengwu Dao and the others to the Moon Illumination sect. He also introduced the Moon Illumination sect as a 7th-rate sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he also mentioned the general location of the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, Duan Rafeng brought Kumi back to the Dao Martial Saint Land and arrived at the Moon Illumination sect immediately. Duan Rafeng stood with his hands behind his back in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect. He had a calm expression on his face, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. However, if one looked into his eyes, one could see the anticipation in the depth of his eyes. He was looking forward to seeing his son again. Who's the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect? Kumi took a step forward. His voice was like thunder that reverberated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, it spread through the entire Moon Illumination sect. The entire Moon Illumination sect was shocked. The voice came from the sky. There's a flight prohibiting formation in the sky above our Moon Illumination sect's estate. The owner of the voice must be a saint stage powerhouse. The group of elders and disciples in the Moon Illumination sect immediately realized the problem. All of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Why did a saint stage powerhouse come to the Moon Illumination sect? Moreover, based on his words, it seemed like he wanted to see the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, the forbidden area of the Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar. Where did this saint realm expert come from? Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the other saint stage powerhouses of Moon Illumination sect were gathered together. They looked at each other, not knowing who had arrived. However, since the visitor was looking for Jiang Wei, it was impossible for Jiang Wei to avoid meeting him. After all, he was a saint stage expert. Although they did not know how strong the saint stage powerhouse was, the other saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect followed Jiang Wei and soared into the sky to meet the person in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect. Soon, Jiang Wei and the others saw a skinny old man. The old man's entire body was shrouded in gray robes. He held a walking stick in his hand and stood there, imperceptibly exerting a great pressure on them. As Saint Realm experts, they immediately realized that this old man's strength was far above theirs. At this moment, a hint of dread appeared in Jiang Wei and the others' eyes. However, when they saw the middle-aged man standing at a higher spot not far behind the skinny old man, horror dawned on them. The middle-aged man stood with his hands on his back. His entire body exuded an otherworldly aura. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary person. However, based on the position he was standing at and the aura of a superior being that was faintly emitting from his body, it was enough to show that his strength was most likely above the skinny old man. The skinny old man was obviously his underling. He was his lackey. Who are the two lords? Jiang Wei and the others had come in a menacing manner. However, when they realized the two men were not to be trifled with, they lowered their heads in unison and behaved humbly. Although they were saint stage powerhouses, they knew they were at the bottom of the saint stage powerhouses. Naturally, they did not dare to be careless when they encountered a more powerful saint stage powerhouse. Who's the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect? Not only did Kumi ignore Jiang Wei and the others, but he even repeated his question. His tone was filled with impatience. Jiang Wei and the others did not dare to flare up when Kumi ignored them. Jiang Wei immediately replied, "Lord, I'm Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. May I know why you've come to my Moon Illumination sect, Lord?" Jiang Wei's voice was filled with anxiety. The skinny old man in front of him gave him too much pressure. The feeling of being stared at by the skinny old man was like being stared at by a venomous snake. Moreover, it was a venomous snake that he did not have the confidence to fight against. "Is there a person called Duan Lingtian in your Moon Illumination sect?" Kumi asked in a deep voice. The moment his words left his mouth, he quickly glanced at Jiang Wei and the others' faces. He did not miss the changes on their faces at all. When they heard Kumi mentioning Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on Jiang Wei and the others immediately. However, they forced their expressions back to normal in just a blink of an eye. However, in their hearts, a wave of shock had been set off. This mysterious and powerful person was actually here to look for Duan Lingtian? Was Duan Lingtian not from the mortal continent? Why would such a powerful person come to look for him? At this moment, a sense of uneasiness rose in Jiang Wei and the others' hearts. Sect leader, did you notice that the middle-aged man seems to have a 60 to 70% resemblance to Duan Lingtian? At this moment, one of the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders secretly glanced at Duan Rufeng and transmitted his voice to Jiang Wei. At this moment, his voice seemed to tremble a little. Upon hearing that, Jiang Wei also secretly studied Duan Rufeng. He did not pay much attention to Duan Rufeng's appearance earlier, but now that he had taken a closer look, he was shocked to discover that the middle-aged man did indeed look similar to Duan Lingtian. The expression between their brows, in particular, seemed like they were made from the same mold. Oh no. Jiang Wei's heart skipped a beat as a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Wei also realized that the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the two men in front of him was not as simple as it seemed. Without any hesitation, Jiang Wei immediately transmitted his voice to the other few Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders. Senior uncles, junior uncles, let's speak in unison and say that we don't know any Duan Lingtian, nor did we know there was such a person in the Moon Illumination Sect. Upon hearing that, the few Moon Illumination Sect supreme elders responded one after another. At this moment, they also realized that Duan Lingtian's background was not as simple as they had imagined. At this moment, they even regretted pursuing Duan Lingtian. If they did not pursue Duan Lingtian, there would not be any conflict between them and Duan Lingtian. No matter how powerful Duan Lingtian's background was, he would not make things difficult for them. However, at this moment, everything was no longer up to them. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds, and that was to think of a way to get rid of the two men in front of them. After getting rid of the two men, they would look for a way to salvage the situation. Otherwise, if the two men in front of them learned about what had happened to Duan Lingtian in their Moon Illumination Sect, they did not doubt that they would destroy the Moon Illumination Sect. Lord, although I'm the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, I've never heard of a person called Duan Lingtian in the Moon Illumination Sect. Jiang Wei looked at Kumi and pretended to be calm as he spoke. You've never heard of him? Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Kumi's eyes gleamed coldly. Yes, I've never heard of him. Jiang Wei replied affirmatively. If he hasn't heard of him, what about all of you? Kumi's gaze landed on the few Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders behind Jiang Wei. At the same time, a devilish grin appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lord, I've never heard of him as well. Lord, I've never heard of him as well. At once, the few Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders shook their heads one after another, indicating that they had never heard of Duan Lingtian. Tiana is not here? At this moment, Duan Rufeng frowned as well. Earlier, he had already searched the entire Moon Illumination Sect's estate with his powerful divine consciousness, but he did not find any trace of Duan Lingtian at all. Have you really never heard of him, or are you unwilling to tell us? Kumi asked with a faint smile as he looked at Jiang Wei and the others. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Jiang Wei and the others narrowed their eyes. They realized that the powerhouse in front of them might have noticed something. However, they still pretended to be calm and indicated that they had never heard of Duan Lingtian before. Lord Mansion Master, they don't seem to be very cooperative. If Kumi was alone, he would not have been able to restrain himself from using his own method to find out everything. However, since Duan Rufeng was here, he did not dare to act recklessly. Kumi! Since when did you have to report such a small matter to me? Duan Rufeng said nonchalantly. He could not help but feel a little anxious when he did not find any trace of his son, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he could sense the uneasiness in Jiang Wei and the others as well. It was obvious they were pretending not to know his son, Duan Lingtian. Lord Mansion Master, When Jiang Wei and the others heard how Kumi addressed Duan Rufeng, horror dawned on their faces. Mansion Master was not a title that could be used by just anyone. There were many forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, only those fifth-rate forces or above dared to call themselves a mansion and control a mansion. The title of Mansion Master was usually reserved for the leaders of fifth-rate forces or above. The leaders of fifth-rate forces or above. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Wei and the others felt their vision darken, and they even felt as if the sky had darkened. However, they calmed down one after another when they heard Jiang Wei's voice transmission. Perhaps he's trying to scare us. These were Jiang Wei's exact words. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's voice transmission, the other few Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders calmed down immediately. They also felt it was impossible for a leader of a fifth-rate force or above to appear in their Moon Illumination Sect. Their Moon Illumination Sect was merely a seventh-rate force. Chapter 1562. Moreover, just by looking at the middle-aged man's appearance, one could tell he had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. There was a high chance they were related by blood. If Duan Lingtian really had such a relationship with the leader of a fifth-rate force or above, how could he possibly appear in the Moon Illumination Sect? The moment Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and the few supreme elders of Moon Illumination Sect thought to themselves. However, in the next moment, horror dawned on their faces. This was because they were shocked to discover that the skinny old man's cane had suddenly appeared. As the skinny old man struck the ground with his walking stick, the area within 100 meters instantly turned dark, as if night had fallen. At the same time, withered tree branches shot out from the void as though they had been given life. Whoosh! 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 The speed of the withered tree branches was so fast that Jiang Wei and the others could not react in time. In just a blink of an eye, Jiang Wei and the others were bound by the flexible, withered tree branches. *T. My true origin has been sealed. Just as Jiang Wei was about to struggle, his expression changed drastically. This was because he was shocked to discover that the withered tree branches that bound him actually possessed a sealing energy that suppressed the true origin in his body, causing him to be unable to mobilize the true origin in his body. My true origin has been sealed as well. Oh my God! What kind of territory is this? At the same time, the few supreme elders of Moon Illumination Sect cried out in horror. Their voices were filled with panic and fear. Even they could not remember when was the last time they were so terrified. At the same time, when Jiang Wei and the others looked at Kumi again, their eyes were filled with terror. Although they knew this skinny old man was not to be trifled with, they did not expect that they would be like 3-year-old children in front of an adult. They were completely powerless in front of this skinny old man. Just by consolidating his territory, he was able to bind them and control their life and death. Lord, I've really never heard of Duan Lingtian before, Jiang Wei said in a trembling voice. Lord, we're really not lying. If you don't believe us, you can ask the other people in our Moon Illumination Sect. One of the supreme elders of Moon Illumination Sect said, There's no need to go through so much trouble. Upon hearing the words of the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elder, Kumi replied in a hoarse voice. At the same time, his gaze locked onto Jiang Wei. To be more precise, his gaze locked onto Jiang Wei's eyes. Look at me. After locking his gaze on Jiang Wei's eyes, Kumi suddenly shouted in a low voice. His voice seemed to have condensed into a sound line that pierced into Jiang Wei's ears. Jiang Wei was so shocked that he subconsciously looked at Kumi and met his eyes. It was at this moment that Kumi's eyes began to shine with a crimson light. At the same time, 2 crimson rays shot out from Kumi's eyes and pierced into Jiang Wei's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wei's eyes, which had been lively at the beginning, became dull and lifeless. Upon seeing this, the other few Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elders were stunned. Then, as though they had just seen a ghost, they shouted, "Soul Search! It's the soul-searching technique. Soul-searching, secret technique. Impossible! Impossible! How could an expert who has mastered the soul-searching, secret technique appear here?" The few Supreme Elders of the Moon Illumination Sect muttered under their breaths as they watched the scene before their eyes in disbelief. However, the scene that was deeply reflected in their eyes seemed to tell them that nothing was impossible. No matter what, the few Moon Illumination Sect Supreme Elders were saint stage powerhouses. They had a certain understanding of the legendary soul-searching secret technique. They knew those who mastered the soul-searching secret technique were all-powerful. Not only did these people mainly cultivate spiritual energy and divine consciousness, but their cultivation base was also unfathomable. At the very least, even in the sixth-rate sects, clans, and sixth-rate saint nations, there was no one who possessed such a cultivation base. At this moment, their hearts almost stopped beating. At this moment, they could not help but recall how the powerhouse who had cast the soul-searching secret technique addressed the middle-aged man. "Lord Mansion Master, Mansion Master, don't tell me this middle-aged man who looks similar to Duan Lingtian is really the leader of a fifth-rate force or above." That must be it. Only the leader of a fifth-rate force or above would be able to command a powerhouse who has mastered the soul-searching secret technique. The moment the few Moon Illumination Sect Supreme Elders thought of this, despair rose in their hearts. They knew that in front of the soul-searching secret technique, Jiang Wei had no secrets to speak of. Everything Jiang Wei knew, the other party would know as well. After a while, the crimson ray that shot out from Kumi's eyes gradually dimmed. At the same time, he also stopped casting the soul-searching secret technique. However, his eyes had become exceptionally ice-cold. After Kumi stopped casting the soul-searching secret technique, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, had also recovered. He was also confused when he regained his senses. When he saw Kumi staring at him coldly, he said again, "Lord, I've really never heard of Duan Lingtian in our Moon Illumination Sect." Upon hearing his words, the few Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elders had a bitter expression on their faces. "Sect leader, it's useless for you to say anything now. This Lord has already cast the soul-searching secret technique on you earlier." One of the Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elders said bitterly. Upon hearing this, horror dawned on Jiang Wei's face. A soul-searching secret technique? Naturally, he knew what the soul-searching secret technique was. At the same time, he also knew a powerhouse who could cast the soul-searching secret technique was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there was no powerhouse at that level even in sixth-rate forces. Even a sixth-rate force without a powerhouse at that level could easily annihilate a seventh-rate sect like the Moon Illumination Sect. At once, despair rose in Jiang Wei's heart. "Lord Mansion Master." At this moment, Kumi also told Duan Roughing everything he had learned from Jiang Wei using the soul-searching secret technique. This included Duan Lingtian's past in the Moon Illumination Sect and everything that happened after that. He killed Lu Huan, the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Inner Court Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. He killed Qian Kong, the Saint Stage Supreme Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect, with just a sword strike. Subsequently, he even managed to escape from the hands of a few Saint Stage powerhouses. Kumi also told Duan Lingtian about the extraordinariness of the sword in Duan Rufing's hand. During this process, Jiang Wei and the others also heard Kumi addressing Duan Lingtian as Young Mansion Master. At once, they learned about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man whom the skinny old man addressed as Lord Mansion Master. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was his son. At this moment, only despair was left in their hearts. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would be the son of a leader of a fifth-rate force or above. Just like the oracle man said, "My son is really a person with great fortune." That sword allowed him to display such an attack at the Saint Rudiment stage. I'm afraid it's even more powerful than the 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. Upon hearing Kumi's words and learning that Duan Lingtian was safe, Duan Rufeng sighed in relief. "Lord Mansion Master, Kumi glanced at Jiang Wei and the others indifferently before he respectfully asked for instructions from Duan Rufeng. "You can deal with them as you deem fit." Duan Rufeng replied indifferently before he added, "Let's go to the dragons." The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Rufeng vanished into thin air. It was as though he had vanished into thin air before Jiang Wei and the others' eyes. His speed was so fast that Jiang Wei and the others shuddered in fear. However, when they saw Kumi glaring at them menacingly, horror dawned on them as they cried out in horror, "Lord, please spare our lives! Please spare our lives! We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended the young mansion master. Lord, please spare our lives for the sake of not harming the young mansion master. Lord, we're willing to help look for the young mansion master." When Jiang Wei and the others sensed the killing intent emitting from Kumi, they began to beg for mercy. At this moment, the so-called dignity of a Saint Stage powerhouse was completely thrown to the back of their minds. To them, nothing was important in the face of their lives. Being alive was the only thing that mattered. If a person died, there would be nothing left. This was especially true for Saint Stage powerhouses like them. Only they knew how difficult it was to get to where they were now. They were really unwilling to die just like that. "Noisy!" The instant Kumi spoke coldly, he did not seem to have made any movement. However, the dead branches that grew out of thin air within a 100-meter radius seemed to have transformed into pythons as they swept toward Jiang Wei and the others. In just a few moments, Jiang Wei and the others were crushed into minced meat. They could not be any more dead. At the same time, Kumi also followed Duan Rufeng. After Kumi left, the sky within a 100-meter radius that seemed to have fallen into darkness finally regained its light. The countless dead branches in the dark night disappeared as well. Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and the few remaining supreme elders of Moon Illumination Sect had also completely disappeared from this world. Naturally, the people from Moon Illumination Sect did not notice this at the moment. After some time, the people from the Moon Illumination Sect discovered that their sect leader, Jiang Wei, and a few other supreme elders had disappeared into thin air. They had disappeared without a trace. Without the support of the Saint Stage powerhouses, it was only natural that the Moon Illumination Sect began to decline. It was no longer as glorious as before. Naturally, all of this was a story for later. At the border of the vast desert to the south of Windfall Nation, a travel-worn figure had also arrived today. This is Windfall Nation. The person who arrived was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had crossed the vast desert from the 9 Sect Alliance's district to Windfall Nation. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the Windfall Nation's border and looked ahead. All he could see was an oasis. It was like a completely different world from the desert behind him. Let's continue forward and ask someone for directions to the capital of Windfall Nation. Chapter 1563. However, Duan Lingtian still felt a certain amount of exhaustion from traversing the vast desert without rest and sleep throughout the journey. It was not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Before asking for directions, Duan Lingtian found a place to rest. After resting for a night, he continued his journey towards the north the next morning. Finally, after traveling north at full speed for an hour, he saw an inconspicuous little village. Smoke rose from the chimney as he looked from afar. A small village like this that was situated on the vast grassland was like a perfect painting when reflected in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian stepped on the air and landed when he was close to the little village. Before he entered the village, Duan Ling Tian saw two figures darting out and blocking his path. "Who are you?" The people who blocked Duan Ling Tian's path were two middle-aged men who looked strong. They looked at Duan Ling Tian, the uninvited guest, warily. "There's no need to be nervous. I'm just a passerby who wants to ask for directions." Duan Ling Tian forced a smile as he spoke. At the same time, he secretly activated his divine eye and probed the cultivation base of the two middle-aged men. They were martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was shocked that there were martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage in such a small village. In fact, in the Dao martial saint land, ordinary ninth rate forces would only have martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage at most. However, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that the heaven and earth spirit energy had become much richer as he approached the village. It was obvious there was a saint stone reserve buried under the village. With Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation base, he could easily sense that it was a 9th grade saint stone reserve. As expected of Windfall Nation, even a small village at the border is comparable to a 9th rate force. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly. When the two middle-aged men heard Duan Ling Tian's words, their expressions softened a lot. However, they still asked cautiously, "Where are you going?" "The capital," Duan Ling Tian replied. "The capital?" The two middle-aged men were shocked when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. One had to know that not just any martial cultivator or Dao cultivator would dare to go to the capital through them. They were at the border of Windfall Nation. It was a long distance from here to the capital. Without a certain level of strength, one would not dare to go to the capital alone. After all, who knew how many bandits would try to kill him along the way? "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded and asked with a smile, "Can you show me the way?" For the two middle-aged men, this was as easy as lifting their hands. After a short while, they both pointed in the same direction, which was the northeast direction. "Thank both of you." Duan Ling Tian thanked them with a smile and was about to leave. At this moment, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. It was so ferocious that Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. Naturally, the two middle-aged men did not hear the sound when Duan Ling Tian heard it. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people walking toward them. At first glance, there were at least several dozens of people. These several dozens of people were led by a middle-aged man who stood on a wild beast. The middle-aged man had a curly beard as he stood on the wild beast that looked like a gigantic lion. He looked majestic. The leader is at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. That wild beast is at the early Saint Rudiment stage. As for the remaining several dozens of people, the weakest one is at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. They seem to be here for this village. Who are they? After activating his divine eye, Duan Ling Tian immediately probed the group's cultivation base. These people were nothing in his eyes. Due to this reason, he did not choose to avoid them. Moreover, it was obvious these people were here for the village in front of him. If he was just passing by, he might not have bothered. However, no matter what, he still owed the two villagers a favor. It would be inappropriate for him to leave at this moment. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also noticed the two middle-aged men's faces turned solemn. "Ha! Shui villages old and young. Aren't you going to come out and welcome us?" As the middle-aged man with curly beard who was the leader laughed, the group of people he brought with him stood in the sky outside the village. They looked like dark clouds that covered a large area of land outside the village. "Huh." Duan Ling Tian, who thought these bandits were here to massacre the village, was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Based on the middle-aged man with curly beard's tone, he seemed to be acquainted with the people in this village. They're a bandit group from the southern border of Windfall Nation. They're comparable to an 8th-rate force. Every once in a while, They'll come to our village to collect a large amount of saint stones as protection fees. As though one of the middle-aged men could see Duan Lingtian's confusion, he smiled wryly and transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian finally understood. If that was the case, there was no need for him to interfere. Even if this village was comparable to a ninth-rate force, since it was located in Windfall Nation, it would be easy for it to be destroyed if it did not have a backer. Perhaps with the protection of a bandit group that was comparable to an eighth-rate force, it might be able to survive longer. This was the law of survival. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw another group of people flying out of the village. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in green. The old man looked helpless, but he still forced a smile on his face. Third Chief, this is our Chui village's protection fee this year. The old man put on a humble expression in front of the curly-bearded, middle-aged man. At the same time, he took out a spatial ring and tossed it to him. The curly-bearded, middle-aged man reached out to catch it. After confirming it, he grinned. The number is correct. Old man Chui, see you next year. After the curly-bearded, middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned the head of the wild beast under his feet around and prepared to leave with his people. Just when Duan Lingtian and the group of Chui village's people were about to watch the curly-bearded, middle-aged man leave with his people, Duan Lingtian noticed that one of the two old men following closely behind the curly-bearded, middle-aged man suddenly shifted his gaze to him. In the next moment, he saw the old man looking at the curly-bearded, middle-aged man. At once, Duan Lingtian faintly sensed that something was amiss, and he could not help but frown. At this moment, the curly-bearded, middle-aged man also turned the head of the wild beast under his feet around again. His gaze instantly landed on Duan Lingtian. You're not from Chui village? The curly-bearded, middle-aged man stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a deep voice. At the same time, whether it was the group of bandits behind the curly-bearded, middle-aged man or the group of people from Chui village, all of their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian. The village head of Chui village, the old man in green, even frowned. Duan Lingtian was just about to say that he was indeed not from Chui village, but he was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. Third Master, this is also from our Chui village, but he rarely shows himself. After the village head of Chui village learned from the two middle-aged men that Duan Lingtian was just a passerby asking for directions, he was also compassionate and spoke to the curly-bearded middle-aged man in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also heard the voice of the village head of Chui village. Young man, they're not to be trifled with. Just pretend that you're from Chui village. Hearing the village head's words, although Duan Lingtian was not afraid of these bandits, he still felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he shut his mouth and did not refute the village head's words. After all, the village head had good intentions. Old man Chui, do you really think that I, Third Master Dang, am blind? How can your Chui village produce such a young man with such temperament? The curly-bearded, middle-aged man sneered. Hearing the curly-bearded, middle-aged man's words, the village head of Chui village was speechless. At the same time, he could not help but look sideways at Duan Lingtian seriously. However, he discovered that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary temperament. At first glance, he could tell that he did not come from a small village. Old man Chui, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. Now, I want to hear you say it again. Is he from Chui village or not? Let me remind you, you better think carefully before you speak. You should know the consequences of lying in front of me. The curly-bearded, middle-aged man continued to sneer. For a moment, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the village head of Chui village. He could only cast a guilty look at Duan Lingtian. At this point, naturally, he did not dare to stand up for Duan Lingtian anymore. Duan Lingtian smiled at the village head of Chui village knowingly. Then he looked at the curly-bearded middle-aged man and said indifferently, You have a good eye. I'm indeed not from Chui village. I'm just passing by Chui village and happened to ask for directions. I knew it. How could there be someone with such temperament in Chui village? The curly-bearded, middle-aged man had an as-expected expression on his face. At the same time, he glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said, I, Third Master Deng, am in a good mood today. I don't want to see blood. Hand over your spatial ring and scram. In a good mood? You don't want to see blood? Upon hearing the curly-bearded, middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian smiled instead. Judging from your tone, it seems like you've got me. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian flew away without waiting for the curly-bearded, middle-aged man's response. Naturally, his speed was not fast. He maintained his speed at the early Saint Rudiment stage. However, even with such a speed, Duan Lingtian had already flown far away while the curly-bearded middle-aged man and the group of bandits behind him were still in a daze. The direction Duan Lingtian was heading toward the northeast, the direction where the capital of Windfall Nation was located. You don't know how to appreciate favors. The curly-bearded, middle-aged man finally regained his senses. His expression turned grave immediately as killing intent surged in his eyes. He immediately urged the wild beast under his feet to chase after Duan Lingtian. The group of bandits also followed after him in a mighty manner. That young man's in trouble. When the group of people from Chui village saw this, they sighed. They could tell the young man's speed was not fast. At the very least, he did not have any advantage in front of the curly-bearded, middle-aged man. He's still too young and impetuous. So what if he hands over his spatial ring? Don't tell me that worldly possessions are more important than his life? Chapter 1564. When Third Brother Deng turned around to chase after Duan Lingtian, he originally planned to leave his wild beast and chase after him alone. After all, the wild beast under his feet was only at the early Saint Rudiment stage. Its speed was only on par with Duan Lingtian, so it would be difficult for him to catch up with Duan Lingtian. As an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, it was easy for him to catch up with an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. It was apparent that Duan Lingtian's speed made him realize that Duan Lingtian was only an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Soon, Third Brother Deng gave up on the idea of chasing after him. This was because he noticed the young man had stopped after flying for a distance. He even turned around as though he was waiting for him and the group of people behind him to catch up with him. At this moment, uneasiness rose in his heart. At this moment, he even had the thought of turning around and running away. However, when he thought about how many of his underlings were watching from behind, he gritted his teeth and chased after him. He's just an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. I'll just kill him. In this remote place, the sky is high and the Emperor is far away. Even if he has an extraordinary background, who would know that I, Third Brother Deng, killed him? The moment Third Brother Deng thought of this, he made up his mind. Soon, Third Brother Deng led the group of bandits to surround Duan Lingtian. What? Have you thought it through? Are you willing to leave your spatial ring behind? Third Brother Deng sneered at Duan Lingtian. I'll give you one more chance. Leave your spatial ring behind, and I'll spare your life. Upon hearing Third Brother Deng's words, the two old men who were following behind him were surprised. In fact, this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. However, each time, as long as the target had the thought of escaping, their third chief would immediately chase after the target and kill him. However, this time, their third chief actually gave this young man a second chance. They could not help but be surprised. Maybe the third chief thinks he can be spared the death penalty since he stopped on his own accord. The two old men exchanged glances and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. However, how would they know? Third Brother Deng began to feel a sense of dread toward this young man in front of him. What if I don't give it to you? From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian looked calm, as though he would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Third's face changed when he heard Duan Lingtian. "Brett, you're courting death." "Third Chief, kill him. Kill him." At this moment, Third Brother Deng's several dozen bandits with him. "Third S to kill Duan Lingtian," shouted to. If it were not for the fact that Third Brother Deng had not given the order, they would have dashed forward and torn the ungrateful young man into pieces. "Kill him, kill him." At this moment, Third Brother Deng had no way to back down after hearing the wishes of his subordinates. Thus he yelled and gave the order. "Kill kills too." At that instant, apart from Third Brother Deng, the wild beast under his feet, and the two old men behind him, the other bandits made their moves one after another. They charged toward Duan Lingtian as though they were going to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was besieged, had a disdainful smile on his face. Seeing the several dozen bandits closing in on him, the void within a 100-meter radius around Duan Lingtian began to tremble. Then, in the void within a 100-meter radius, streaks of sword light appeared out of thin air. Each of the streaks of sword light looked like a real sword. At first glance, there were more than 10,000 swords. Territory. At this moment, Third Brother Deng and the two old men behind him reacted immediately. Horror dawned on them when they realized they had kicked an iron plate this time. What a joke! Only experts who had mastered the true energy condensed domain were able to use the domain. Powerhouses who mastered the true energy consolidated territory technique were all at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage or above, let alone them. Even their great chief was only a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. There was still a long way to go before he reached the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Even the great chief would have to act humble in front of a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. However, they were actually chasing after a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. At the same time, horror dawned on Third Brother Deng and the two old men. Among the 10,000 sword rays in the sky, several dozens of them seemed to have transformed into meteors as they streaked across the sky. Each sword ray took away a bandit's life. The strongest among these bandits was only at the early Saint Rudiment stage. In Duan Lingtian's 10,000 sword territory, they were like fish on a chopping board. In just a blink of an eye, apart from Third Brother Deng, the wild beast under his feet, and the two old men behind him, the rest of the bandits were killed by the sword rays. Their bodies fell from the sky like rain and turned into a pile of minced meat. At this moment, Third Brother Deng finally regained his senses. "Lord, Third Brother Deng, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Third Brother Deng, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." After realizing what had happened, Deng Lao Sen, whose face had turned extremely pale, started to slap himself again and again, making himself look like a pig's head. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He hoped that the powerhouse in front of him would spare his life. In front of the powerhouse, he could not muster up any will to resist at all since he knew it was useless. Naturally, he was also complaining in the depth of his heart. He was complaining that Duan Lingtian, a paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, had pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. He had purposely displayed the speed of an early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse in front of them. Was he not digging a hole for them to jump into? If Duan Lingtian had displayed the speed of a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse when he left earlier, they would not even dare to let out a fart, let alone chase after him. Naturally, they would not be able to catch up to him even if they wanted to. "Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life." The two old men behind Third Brother Deng, on the other hand, immediately kneeled in midair. They lowered their heads and begged Duan Lingtian for mercy. Their voices were trembling from fear. At this moment, their mentality was no different from Third Brother Deng's. Even the wild beast under third brother Deng's feet could instinctively sense how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, even though it did not have much intelligence. It began to become restless. If I'm really just an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, and I'm not willing to hand over my spatial ring, do you think I'll still be alive? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly in the face of the three men's begging. In fact, even if Duan Lingtian did not ask, he would have gotten the answer anyway. Due to this reason, before third brother Deng and the other two men could speak, Duan Lingtian commanded the sword chi in the 10,000 sword territory to shoot out again, killing third brother Deng and the other two men and the wild beast. None of them were left alive. When Duan Lingtian left Chui village, he realized third brother Deng and the others did not intend to massacre the village. However, he did not intend to intervene. The Chui village had to hand over the protection fee because it was their way of survival. Duan Lingtian did not want to destroy it. However, even though he did not want to intervene, third brother Deng and the others had their eyes on him. At that moment, he did not intend to hold back at all. However, in order not to implicate the Chui village, he purposely lured third brother Deng and the others away from the Chui village. He only made his move when he arrived here. I'm getting more and more familiar with the 10,000 sword territory. Under Duan Lingtian's control, the area within a radius of 100 meters with him as the center turned into an ocean of swords. The 10,000 swords flew in the air, creating a spectacular scene. In the end, after collecting the spatial rings of the group of bandits, Duan Lingtian also gathered the 10,000 swords and transformed them into a flying sword under his feet. The flying sword carried him toward the northeast direction at an even faster speed, heading toward the distant capital of Windfall Nation. While Duan Lingtian was making his way, a sorrowful cry resonated in a mountain range not far from the Chui village. Third brother! A white-haired old man with a sturdy build looked at the shattered soul pearl in front of him with bloodshot eyes. A chilling aura spread out from his body. Big brother, what happened? Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared. When he saw the shattered soul pearl, horror dawned on him. This is third brother's soul pearl? No matter who it is, I'll find him and avenge third brother. The old man's eyes were red, and his voice was filled with hatred and coldness. I'll go and investigate right away. The middle-aged scholar's expression was extremely grave. Although the three of them were not blood-related brothers, their relationship was even closer than blood-related brothers. Since Duan Lingtian did not purposely destroy the corpses, the bandits quickly discovered the corpses of third brother, Hu, and the others. Not only that, but they also brought the corpses back to their lair. Big brother, I've asked the people in the villages around the place where third brother died. According to the time, third brother died when he was chasing after a young man. The middle-aged scholar was not only the second in command of the bandits, but he was also the strategist and think tank of the bandits. Soon after, he managed to find out something. I've asked the people in the Chui village. That young man had asked them for directions and said he wanted to go to the capital. The capital? When the old man heard the middle-aged scholar's words, he gritted his teeth and said, Then I'll kill him in the capital. Big brother, you're planning to go to the capital? The middle-aged scholar frowned. Big brother, judging from the wounds on our brothers, several dozen of them died at the same time. I'm afraid that young man's true strength is not inferior to yours. I've also observed the place where third brother died, and I didn't find any other traces. I suspect he cast his territory and is a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. For third brother's sake, I must go to the capital. When I left that year, the Fourth Imperial Highness made a promise to me that I can ask him for help in the future. As long as it's within his ability, he won't refuse. Even if he's an ordinary Saint stage powerhouse, let alone a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, he'll still die as long as the Fourth Imperial Highness gives the order. The old man's eyes were red, as though he had lost his mind. Second brother, go look for the people in the Chui village again and ask them to describe that person's appearance and draw a portrait. As long as the portrait is drawn, I'll head to the capital immediately. Big brother, I thank you on behalf of third brother. Chapter 1565. In Windfall Nation, those who were addressed as highnesses were undoubtedly the princes of the Windfall Nation's emperor. As a sixth-rate saint nation, the Windfall Nation's foundation was extremely strong. It was not something a seventh-rate sect like the Moon Illumination sect could compare to. There were only a few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, they were the weakest type of saint stage powerhouses. In a top sixth-rate force like the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there were at least several dozens of saint stage powerhouses. There was no lack of powerful saint stage powerhouses among them. The reason why Duan Lingtian did not destroy the corpses of the bandits was because he thought it was unnecessary. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the group of bandits was only from a bandit gang that was comparable to an eighth-rate force. A mere eighth-rate force was nothing to him. Due to this reason, he did not bother to destroy the corpses. However, it did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that the great leader of an eighth-rate force's bandit gang would be related to the imperial family of a sixth-rate saint nation like the Windfall Nation's imperial family. If he could figure it out, he would not have saved the trouble. Everyone would make mistakes in their life. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had inadvertently made the mistake of underestimating his enemy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He was still on his way to the Windfall Nation's capital. With my speed, I should be able to reach the Windfall Nation's capital tomorrow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he hurried on his flying sword. Almost at the same time, the old man who was the great leader of the bandit gang that Duan Lingtian killed had also obtained Duan Lingtian's portrait and was prepared to head to the Windfall Nation's capital. If Duan Lingtian saw this portrait, he would definitely be shocked since he looked 90% similar to him. Those who had seen the portrait would be able to recognize him immediately if they saw him again. Big brother, the promise that the Fourth Imperial Highness made to you is something that you've spent most of your life on. Are you really going to use it on third brother? After a few days, the middle-aged scholar, who was the second in command, had calmed down a lot. Before the old man left, he could not help but ask, "Second brother, don't say such things in the future. I don't like it." The old man said in a deep voice, "Big brother, if third brother were to know of this in the underworld, he would definitely be very happy." The middle-aged scholar said, "So what if you're happy? Death is like an extinguished lamp. Anyway, it's time for me to leave." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he left, looking at the old man's receding figure until the old man's figure completely disappeared in front of him. The middle-aged scholar came back to his senses and muttered, "Big brother, if the person who died this time was me, would you also use the promise the fourth prince made to you?" As he thought about it, the middle-aged scholar's gaze became somewhat absent-minded. In the capital of Windfall Nation, even though Duan Lingtian had seen the magnificence of the 9-sect alliance's Han River City, he was still shocked by the capital of Windfall Nation. Originally, in his opinion, the biggest city on Cloud Continent was like a small village compared to Han River City. However, after arriving at the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of the saying, "There's always a taller mountain in every flash." Compared to the capital of Windfall Nation, Han River City was just like a rural town. Whether it was its appearance or the size of the land, it was not worth mentioning at all. When he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian kept a low profile as he walked in. Naturally, this was also because he had no choice but to keep a low profile. When he was close to the capital of Windfall Nation, he noticed that there was also a flight prohibiting formation in the capital. The feeling he got from this flight prohibiting formation was similar to the one in Moon Illumination sect. The only difference was that it covered a wider area and was more difficult to set up. When he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to look for a restaurant and enter. Whether it was on Cloud Continent or the Dao Marshall St. Land, the most lively and well-informed places were undoubtedly the restaurants. He did not come to the capital of Windfall Nation blindly. He had his reasons for coming here. Firstly, he wanted to see if Bai Li Hong had brought Fengwu Dao and the others to Windfall Nation. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could find out more about Xue Nai's background in Windfall Nation. Xue Nai is really something. Why didn't she tell me the name of the force behind her? Now that I want to look for her, I don't know where to start. Duan Lingtian sighed. The clues that Xue Nai left behind for him were a pile of 5th grade saint stones, 4th grade saint stones, and her surname, Han. The reason Duan Lingtian wanted to find out about the force Han Xuanai was not because he wanted to look for someone to rely on. However, he could faintly sense that the force behind Han Xuanai was not simple. His purpose was to find his fiancée, Li Fei. Based on my initial estimation, the force behind Xue Nai should be a 5th-rate force. It's very likely to be a 5th-rate clan. After combining everything that he knew, Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly, Han clan. I'll focus on finding out more about this when I come to the capital of Windfall Nation. As time went by, the dishes and wine that Duan Lingtian ordered were served. At the same time, the number of people in the restaurant increased. When there were more people, it was only natural that it would be lively. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also heard a lot of gossip. However, it was all about some good-for-nothing rich kid from some clan in Windfall Nation's capital. However, during this process, Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. This was because he heard from the customers around him that even some of the clans in Windfall Nation's capital had a strength that was comparable to a 7th-rate force. These clans would more or less have a few Saint Stage powerhouses in charge. Just one of the clans in Windfall Nation's capital has a strength that's not inferior to the Moon Illumination sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that his horizons had been broadened. In the past, he had stayed in the Moon Illumination sect in the 9-sect Alliances district. Although the Moon Illumination sect was not the most powerful, it was still a force that could be considered as one of the top forces. However, the moment he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, he realized that the Moon Illumination sect was nothing compared to this place. Just based on the clans that he had heard about, there were 3 forces that were not inferior to the Moon Illumination sect. In the Windfall Nation's district, apart from the capital, it was obvious that there were many 6th-rate forces as well. With such a comparison, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that the 9-sect Alliances district was too small. At the same time, he felt that he had made the right choice by coming here. Have you heard? The great young master of Situ clan's condition is getting worse and worse recently. I heard that he won't make it past this month. Suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting at a table near Duan Lingtian said to another middle-aged man at the same table. He tried his best to lower his voice as though he was worried that someone would hear him. If Duan Lingtian did not open up the saint veins that connected his ears, he would not be able to hear his voice even if he had a cultivation base at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, Duan Lingtian could hear him clearly now. Situ clan! Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He had learned about the Situ clan from the other customers' discussion earlier. The Situ clan was a big clan that could be considered as one of the top clans in the Windfall Nation's capital. Not only that, but it was also closely related to the Windfall Nation's imperial family. It was said that the younger sister of the current clan leader of Situ clan was one of the imperial concubines of the current Windfall Nation's emperor. Situ clan's great young master? The one who was rumored to be possessed? The other middle-aged man asked in a low voice. That's right, it's him. The former nodded. Speaking of which, he's really unlucky. Not long after His Majesty bestowed him with a saint weapon inscribed with a 4-star saint inscription, he was possessed. In my opinion, he's not blessed enough to enjoy His Majesty's reward. It's really strange. There are so many saint refinement masters in the imperial family who are good at refining medicine, but none of them managed to find out what happened to him. The latter chimed in. I heard that those saint refinement masters in the imperial family who are good at refining medicine have checked his body and concluded that there's nothing wrong with his body. The former added, It must be God punishing him. However, I heard that the Situ clan's great young master is a good person. He doesn't seem like an ordinary good-for-nothing rich kid. Why would he be punished by God? As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. What a pity. I heard that the clan leader of Situ clan issued a reward some time ago. Anyone who can cure the Situ clan's great young master will be rewarded with a 4-star divine Strider talisman and a 4-star golden energy talisman. Even if he takes out a 4-star offensive Dao talisman, I'm afraid nobody can cure the Situ clan's great young master. That's right. Put everything else aside. After the Situ clan's great young master was bewitched, a black mark that resembled a spider appeared between his brows. Until now, nobody knows what it is. The conversation between the two middle-aged men entered into Duan Lingtian's ears word by word. A black mark that resembled a spider? Upon hearing their conversation, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Some information appeared in his mind. It was the information in the saint token that contained the inheritance of the strange inscription art that his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had given him. Could it be the devil inscription? Duan Lingtian was shocked. The devil inscription was also a type of saint inscription. It was also an extremely obscure existence. In the Dao martial saint land, only devil cultivators and saint inscription masters could master the devil inscription. However, the price to pay was extremely high. Moreover, it was extremely obscure. It was so obscure that only a few people in the Dao martial saint land knew about its existence. Moreover, the requirement to inscribe the devil inscription was extremely high as well. Most importantly, the devil inscription was different from ordinary saint inscriptions. If it was classified as a saint inscription, it would be considered an unorthodox saint inscription. It was a saint inscription that harmed people. I heard from the others that the great young master of Situ clan encountered this incident because he was rewarded with a saint weapon by the Windfall Nation's emperor. Moreover, it's a saint weapon that's inscribed with a 4-star saint inscription. Don't tell me the Windfall Nation's emperor wants to kill him? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he shook his head secretly. He felt that it was impossible. Chapter 1566. Of course, although Duan Lingtian thought so, he was not sure. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, even father and son could turn against each other, let alone a nephew. However, the clan leader of Situ clan is really generous. A 4-star divine Strider talisman and a 4-star golden energy talisman. Even I can't help but feel tempted. Indeed, Duan Lingtian was very tempted. A 3-star divine Strider talisman would allow the user to possess the speed of a paramount Saint Rudiment stage cultivator for a quarter of an hour. The 3-star golden energy talisman allowed its user to possess the defense of a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse for a quarter of an hour. The 4-star godly Strider talisman and the 4-star golden energy talisman, once used, would undoubtedly give one the speed and defense of a Saint Realm expert. Although Duan Lingtian's current strength was strong, he still had to use the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill the weakest type of Saint Stage expert. Moreover, the price he had to pay was also very high. It could be said that he had to sacrifice 800 of his own men to kill 1,000 of his enemies. As for speed, even if he displayed the fastest speed with the flying sword formed by the myriad sword territory, he would only be able to catch up to a Saint Stage expert. Compared to a Saint Stage expert, he was still inferior. I've just arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, and I'm unfamiliar with the people and the place. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to establish myself in the capital of Windfall Nation temporarily. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was even more tempted. He had just arrived at the Windfall Nation's capital. Whether it was to look for Bai Li Hong or to inquire about the force behind Han Xuanai, he would undoubtedly need connections. However, the current him had no connections at all. The matter of the Situ clan's eldest young master being possessed gave Duan Lingtian an opportunity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was 80% certain that the great young master of Situ clan was indeed affected by the devil inscription. That was why he was bewitched. The jade slip that recorded the strange inscription art also had a description of the demonic inscriptions. At the same time, there was also a method to break it. Moreover, according to the two middle-aged men, the devil inscription on the Situ clan's eldest young master did not seem to be anything special. However, even if it was not a very impressive demon inscription, if one did not know how to crack it, even a 9-star saint inscription master would not be able to crack it. A black mark in the shape of a spider. Could it be the Een spider devil mark? Duan Lingtian muttered. In the jade slip that recorded the strange inscription technique, there was also an introduction to some common devil inscriptions and a way to crack them. It just so happened that there were records of the shadow spider devil pattern. It was a type of 1-star devil pattern and belonged to the most superficial type of devil pattern. Of course, if it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had mastered the strange inscription art, he would not have carefully read the information behind the jade token and would not have known about the existence of the devil inscription. Duan Lingtian was sure that although Bai Li Hong had seen the information in the jade slip, he definitely hadn't found any demonic patterns. That was because the information about Mageweths wasn't very eye-catching in the jade slip. If one couldn't grasp the basic strange pattern technique recorded in the information at the beginning, most people wouldn't read the pile of complicated information at the back because they would feel that it was a waste of time. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had mastered the strange inscription art, he was certain he would have missed the records about the devil inscription at the back. I'll go to the Situ clan to have a look. However, if I can confirm that it's really the Windfall Nation's emperor who wants to kill the great young master of Situ clan, it's better for me not to get involved in this mess. I've just arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, and I haven't even done what I'm supposed to do. It's not a good thing if I offend the Windfall Nation's emperor. After casually eating some dishes and wine, Duan Lingtian walked out of the restaurant after paying the bill. He began to plan in his heart. After asking around about the Situ clan's location, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Situ clan. As one of the few big clans in the capital of Windfall Nation that was only second to the imperial family, the Situ clan's mansion was extremely grand. It occupied a vast area and was not much smaller than the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. In fact, the Moon Illumination Sex Estate was located in the wilderness. On the other hand, the Situ clan's mansion was located in the capital of Windfall Nation, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Due to the fact that the 6th grade Saint Stone vein owned by the Windfall Nation's imperial family was located under the imperial palace in the capital of Windfall Nation, the cultivation environment in the capital was very good. Coupled with the 7th grade Saint Stone vein under the Situ clan's mansion, the cultivation environment in the Situ clan was far better than the cultivation environment in the Moon Illumination sect. At the entrance of the Situ clan, after a group of Situ clan's guards learned about the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit, one of them immediately went in to report. Soon after, an old man appeared. The Situ clan's guard who had gone in to report was standing behind him. The old man had an ordinary appearance, but there was a shrewd gleam in his eyes. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a simple person. "Are you confident?" The moment the old man came out, he did not say anything. He just stared at Duan Lingtian's eyes, as though he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian was confident or not. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. His gaze did not change as well. He only said indifferently, "Instead of asking me if I'm confident or not, why don't you bring me in to see your great young master? Shouldn't all of you be treating a dead horse as if it's still alive?" The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the old man's face turned grave. "Are you comparing my young master to a horse?" The group of Situ clan's guards immediately glared at Duan Lingtian with hostility. It was as though they would attack Duan Lingtian as soon as the old man gave the order. "It seems like the Situ clan isn't that anxious. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't come here." Duan Lingtian shook his head and turned around to leave. However, the moment Duan Lingtian turned around, the old man blocked his path and said coldly, "Do you think you can just let this slide after insulting my young master? Do you really think there's no one in the Situ clan?" Scram! Duan Lingtian frowned as he slowly spat out a word. Just when Duan Lingtian thought the old man would lose his temper and attack him, an unexpected scene occurred. Please, not only did the old man not lose his temper, but he even stepped aside and respectfully invited Duan Lingtian into the Situ clan's estate. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Could it be that the people from the Situ clan were born to be cheap? Why couldn't they not use force? "Mister, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. I just wanted to confirm if you're really capable. After all, my young master's condition is not good now, and he can't afford to be hurt anymore." The old man seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's confusion. His eyes dimmed as he sighed. "Now, are you sure I'm really capable?" Duan Lingtian looked at the old man with a faint smile on his face. "Just based on your confidence earlier, it's worth it for me to invite you in. Just as you said, we can only treat our young master's condition as if it's a dead horse," the old man added. "Lead the way." Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was amused inwardly. However, he no longer put on a straight face. As the saying went, one does not slap a smiling person. Since the old man was so sincere, he would not leave just like that. Moreover, if he wanted to gain a foothold in the capital of Windfall Nation, the Situ clan was indeed his best choice. After entering the Situ clan, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the scenery. As expected of a great clan in the capital of Windfall Nation, the decoration of the front courtyard was indeed refreshing. At the very least, the decorations of the other mansions that Duan Lingtian had been to were not as good as the Situ clan's. On the way, Duan Lingtian learned about the old man's identity. The old man was the Situ clan's outer mansion's supervisor. Although the old man brought him into the Situ clan, Duan Lingtian could tell the old man did not have much hope that he would be able to cure the great young master of Situ clan. He was just going through the motions. As for the scene outside the mansion earlier, based on Duan Lingtian's speculation, it must be a test set by the Situ clan. There was no need for someone who was not confident to come in. This was the Situ clan's attitude. Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian passed through the Situ clan's front courtyard and walked through a long corridor. In the end, he stopped in front of a wide door at the end of the corridor. In front of the door, both Duan Lingtian and the old man were stopped. As expected of a great clan in Windfall Nation, the security is really tight. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue in his heart. After all, no matter what, the person who brought him in was still the manager of the outer court. Yet he was actually mercilessly stopped just like that. "This mister is here to treat the great young master. Send someone to bring this mister to see Supervisor Fu." At this moment, the old man handed Duan Lingtian to the Situ clan's disciple who was guarding the door of the inner mansion. Then he said to Duan Lingtian, "Mister, you'll arrive at our Situ clan's inner mansion after you pass through this door. They'll send someone to bring you to see Supervisor Fu, the inner mansion's supervisor. Supervisor Fu will bring you to see the great young master." Duan Lingtian nodded and entered the inner mansion under the lead of a Situ clan's disciple. After entering the inner mansion, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes again. The layout of the inner mansion was even more magnificent than the front courtyard of the Situ clan's mansion and the entire outer mansion. Just one look at it would make one feel relaxed and happy. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw the inner mansion's supervisor, Supervisor Fu, whom the outer mansion's supervisor had mentioned. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s or 40s. Although she was not as beautiful as his two fiancées, her voluptuous figure was seductive, causing one to be unconsciously attracted to her. After learning about Duan Lingtian's intention, the beautiful woman took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian before she frowned subtly. Although in the Dao martial saint land, it was not enough to determine a person's age just by looking at their appearance, a young and handsome man like Duan Lingtian still gave people the impression that he was too young and immature to handle matters. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the beautiful woman's reaction. He could guess what she was thinking, but he was not bothered by it. He merely nodded and smiled at her. "Follow me," the beautiful woman said indifferently. After saying that, the beautiful woman led the way in front of him. Her voluptuous figure caused Duan Lingtian, who was following behind her, to take a few more glances at her. It was not that Duan Lingtian was lustful, but this was a man's nature. "What star saint inscription master are you?" the beautiful woman asked indifferently along the way. "I'm not a saint inscription master." Duan Lingtian shook his head in response. Chapter 1567. Don't tell me your Situ clan has a rule that only saint refinement masters can come here? If that's the case, I'll leave immediately. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly with a nonchalant expression on his face when he saw the beautiful woman whose expression had turned slightly gloomy. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression eased up a little. Then she looked at Duan Lingtian deeply, but did not say anything else. She continued to lead the way. Although she did not know where this young man's confidence came from, she did not ask him to leave. Since he was already here, she would naturally give it a try. It would be a dereliction of her duty if she chased him away. Under the beautiful woman's lead, Duan Lingtian soon arrived at a spacious courtyard in the Situ clan's inner mansion. "I'll pass on the message." The beautiful woman greeted Duan Lingtian and walked into the courtyard without waiting for Duan Lingtian's response. Duan Lingtian stood quietly at the entrance with a gleam in his eyes. This Situ clan's inner mansion's supervisor is not simple. Her cultivation base is at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage, and the feeling she gives me is no different from the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. She must be an imminent saint stage powerhouse. If it was before, he would have been afraid when he found out the beautiful woman was an imminent saint stage powerhouse. However, he did not feel anything at all now. With his current strength, even if he did not use the Jasper celestial sword, it would be difficult for him to find a match below the saint stage. Soon, the beautiful woman came out again, and with her was an old man. The old man was dressed in a neat white robe. Coupled with his white hair, he looked otherworldly and elegant. Every step he took was so natural in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Not only that, but it also gave Duan Lingtian a certain amount of pressure. Saint stage powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian saw how humble the beautiful woman was in front of the old man, coupled with the pressure the old man gave him, it was not difficult for him to guess the old man's strength. He could not help but feel shocked. This seemed to be the place where the great young master of Situ clan lived, right? How could there be a saint realm expert? A seventh-rate clan like the Situ clan only had a few saint realm experts at most. Unexpectedly, one had appeared here. It was no wonder that Duan Lingtian was not surprised. "This is Elder Ho." The beautiful woman followed the old man out and said to Duan Lingtian, "Elder Ho." Duan Lingtian nodded at the old man as a greeting. "Elder Ho is the Grand Supreme Elder of the Situ clan. Please show some respect." Right at this moment, before the old man could respond, the beautiful woman sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to remind him. Her tone was mixed with a trace of displeasure. "Manager Fu, aren't you overstepping your boundaries? I came to your Situ clan because you have something to ask of me. Even if this Elder Ho is the supreme elder of your Situ clan. So what? Don't tell me you want me to bow and scrape? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the beautiful woman as he spoke without the slightest scruple. You. It was apparent the beautiful woman did not expect Duan Ling Tian would say such a thing. Moreover, he did not use voice transmission, but said it out loud. Her expression changed immediately as a cold gleam appeared in her eyes. What? Did I say something wrong? Duan Ling Tian sneered. From the moment Duan Ling Tian entered the Situ clan, he had already made up his mind. If he wanted to gain a foothold in Windfall Nation through the Situ clan, he had to maintain his dominance so that he would be valued. With his current strength and backing, he was indeed qualified to display his dominance in a clan like the Situ clan. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian no longer looked at the beautiful woman. Instead, he looked at the old man in front of him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed an indescribable smile on the old man's face. For some reason, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel wary when he saw the smile. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded in the air. Duan Ling Tian only felt a gust of strong wind blowing toward him. It was so strong that it seemed as though it was howling in the air. Along with the strong wind, there were also bursts of fragrance. Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to this fragrance. It came from the inner mansion's manager, Manager Fu. She was the beautiful woman who was originally following behind the old man. Manager Fu's sudden attack was out of Duan Ling Tian's expectation. However, Duan Ling Tian was not a pushover. In the face of Manager Fu's sudden attack, his right arm suddenly shook as he unleashed all of his brute strength. Coupled with the true energy that surged into his fist through his 99 saint veins, he punched out at lightning speed to meet Manager Fu's palm that had made a preemptive strike. The palm came out of nowhere as though it had transformed into a gigantic fan that was about to send Duan Ling Tian flying. The iron fist struck after the enemy had made a move. It was awe-inspiring as it fearlessly met the beautiful woman's palm. At this moment, the fist and palm collided. Bang! Another thunderous explosion sounded. This time, Duan Ling Tian and Manager Fu had exchanged blows. In this exchange, they did not use any saint-grade martial tactic moves, true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, true energy consolidated territory, or any other external force such as saint weapons. It was purely a competition of true energy. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not only rely on his true energy. After Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage, his body had transformed again. The energy contained in it had become even more terrifying. Naturally, since Duan Ling Tian had just broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he did not have an advantage in terms of true energy. Although he had 99 saint veins to channel his true energy, he had made a move after the enemy had made a move. Before he made his move, Manager Fu had already gathered all of her true energy in her palm and attacked him like a storm. She did not hold back at all. Due to this reason, he did not have an advantage in terms of saint veins. Accompanied by a wave of air that swept out from where the two of them collided, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged. He stood in the same spot without moving at all, like a statue that was as immovable as a mountain. On the other hand, Manager Fu, who had a confident expression on her face earlier, had her confidence disintegrated in just a blink of an eye. In the next instant, she was sent flying for a few meters before she managed to stabilize herself in a wretched manner. This was only because Duan Ling Tian had stopped in time. Otherwise, Manager Fu would have been in an even more wretched state. Can I go in now? After defeating Manager Fu, Duan Ling Tian did not even look at her. Instead, he looked at the white-robed old man who had been standing nearby from the beginning until the end. He was Situ Ho, the supreme elder of Situ clan. He did not need to guess to know the old man had asked Manager Fu to make a move. Otherwise, even Manager Fu would not have dared to act recklessly in front of the old man. Of course. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Situ-ho nodded. It was as though he did not realize he had been exposed at all. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian instantly strode into the courtyard before him. At the same time, Situ-ho followed behind him. At the same time, he glanced at Manager Fu, whose face was slightly pale. "There's nothing for you to do here." "Yes," Manager Fu replied respectfully. However, before she left, she could not help but turn to look at Duan Lingtian's back. A hint of dread and disbelief flashed in her eyes. "I'm sure he's not a Saint Stage powerhouse. However, his strength is obviously far above mine. Don't tell me he's a heaven-ranking powerhouse?" The moment Manager Fu thought of this, her eyes shone brightly. The heaven ranking was a ranking list with a higher status in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Usually, only fifth-rate forces would be able to create a ranking list. In other words, the heaven ranking would usually have an entire mansion under its control. To be more precise, it would have all the powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage in a mansion. There were a total of 100 people in the heaven ranking. All of them were powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. They were only a step away from the Saint stage. It was said that the weakest person in the heaven ranking had the strength to fight 3 ordinary imminent Saint stage powerhouses if they joined forces. If Duan Lingtian knew about the existence of the heaven ranking, he would definitely be shocked. This was because it was quite similar to the 9-sect alliance's Earth ranking. However, the Earth ranking was for powerhouses at the peak of the mortal shedding stage, while the heaven ranking was for powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. In fact, the Earth ranking was an imitation of the heaven ranking. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were countless districts like the 9-sect alliances, although there were many fifth-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land as well. There were only a few dozen of them. Even if every fifth-rate force had a heaven ranking, there were only a few dozen of them in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Based on this, one could see how valuable the heaven ranking was. Powerhouses who could be listed in the heaven ranking were all outstanding powerhouses at the Saint Rudiment stage. Due to this reason, Manager Fu's attitude had completely changed when she guessed Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse in the heaven ranking. At this moment, when she thought of that almost perfect handsome face, for some unknown reason, Manager Fu's cheeks actually flushed slightly. It was as if she had the shyness of a young girl who was in love at this moment. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the change in Manager Fu's attitude. Naturally, he was not interested in finding out. At this moment, he was walking into the room where the great young master of Situ clan was staying with Situ-ho, the supreme elder of Situ clan. It was a simple and plain room. It was hard to imagine this was the room of the next clan leader of Situ clan. Just this alone made Duan Lingtian have a good impression of the great young master of Situ clan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw the great young master of Situ clan, Situ Hang, who was lying on the bed. Situ Hang had a handsome but firm face. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. The black spider mark between his eyebrows made him look even scarier and more frightening. When Duan Lingtian and Situ-ho entered, he struggled to sit up. One could see he was very weak. He was so weak that he looked like an ordinary person without any cultivation base. Grandfather Ho. He greeted Situ-ho before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His pale lips moved as he asked, This is the mister who came to see you." Situ-ho seemed to have a good relationship with Situ Hang. When he spoke, the kindness in his eyes could not be concealed. "I've already given up." "Why do you still have to?" Situ Hang sighed. "Don't give up so easily before it's too late." Situ-ho said solemnly, "All right." Chapter 1568. To a certain extent, Duan Lingtian was influenced by Situ Hang's optimism as well. In fact, when he saw the black spider mark between Situ Hang's brows, he was 90% certain it was the shadow spider devil tattoo. Naturally, he did not dare to be 100% certain before he probed with his spiritual energy. "Relax," Duan Lingtian said to Situ Hang. His voice was so soft that it was as though he was bathing in the spring breeze. As soon as Situ Hang's expression eased, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had already swept out and entered the space between Situ Hang's brows. To be more precise, it entered the black spider mark between Situ Hang's brows. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy entered Situ Hang's brows, Situ Hang shrieked and collapsed. "What are you doing?" When Situ Ho saw this, he could no longer maintain his composure. His expression changed slightly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. However, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was a confident smile. Situ Ho naturally saw Duan Lingtian smile, causing his heart to skip a beat. Don't tell me he has a solution? Ever since Duan Lingtian appeared in front of him, how he easily suppressed the Situ clan's inner mansion steward, and how he revealed such an attitude after observing Situ Hang's condition. Situ Ho could not see through Duan Lingtian at all. He felt that although this young man was not a saint stage powerhouse, he was even more mysterious than a saint stage powerhouse. "Do you have a solution?" Situ Ho asked solemnly after taking a deep breath. However, Duan Lingtian still ignored Situ Ho. Instead, he walked to the side of the bed and extended his right hand before he pressed his thumb on the black spider mark between Situ Hang's brows. In the next moment, one could see the black spider mark between Situ Hang's brows fading a little. Although it was only a little fading, Situ Ho, who was watching this attentively, could still see it clearly. At this moment, there was no need for Duan Lingtian to answer. He had already gotten the answer he wanted. A smile appeared on his face again. It was a sincere smile. When Duan Lingtian took a step back, Situ Hang regained his senses. His pale face had turned slightly better. "What happened just now? Why do I feel so much better?" Situ Hang asked in a daze. After a short moment, he seemed to have thought of something as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Is it you? Who else could it be? Could it be Elder Ho?" Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what Situ Hang was asking about. He smiled faintly and said, "I think I know what happened to you. It's not difficult to remove the devil inscription on you, but I'll need to prepare some materials. With your Situ clans, Duan Lingtian Linghe, Duan Lingtian's, Duan Lingtian, he's Situ material Lingtian Lingtian's, although he did not know what the devil pattern was. He could vaguely guess that it had something to do with his body. More importantly, judging from the words of the purple-robed young man, it seemed like the purple-robed young man could help him recover. At this moment, Situ Hang felt as though he had just ascended from hell to heaven. After all, he was in so much pain and suffering that he had almost given up all hope. However, he did not expect to see a ray of hope when the few Grade 4 Saint refinement masters in the palace, who were experts in medicine refinement, said he would not live to see the next month. The light of hope instantly swept away the haze in his heart. If he could live, who would want to die? Moreover, he would die for no reason. What's the devil inscription? At this moment, Situ Ho, who was standing by the side, asked curiously. The devil inscription is also a type of saint inscription. However, it's different from ordinary saint inscriptions. It's a saint inscription that harms people. It's also a one-time use saint inscription. It's similar to a saint inscription, Duan Lingtian said bluntly. There's such a saint inscription? Situ Ho was shocked. This is my first time hearing about it. However, how did Little Hang get afflicted with the devil inscription? Situ Ho asked in confusion. Since the devil inscription is a saint inscription, it's also inscribed. It's usually hidden in a saint weapon and can merge perfectly with an ordinary saint inscription, but it's difficult to detect. Once it's in contact with a saint weapon that's inscribed with the devil inscription for a certain period of time, The energy of the devil inscription will completely attach itself to the person who touches the saint weapon. Duan Lingtian explained. He had learned all this from the jade token that recorded the strange inscription art. However, the jade token only mentioned some devil inscriptions and the method to neutralize them, but did not mention the method to inscribe them. Moreover, according to the jade token, there were many devil inscriptions, and the ones recorded were the more common and superficial ones. As a 2-star devil inscription, the sinister spider devil inscription was, naturally, one of the more common and superficial ones. Saint weapon? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sidu Ho and Sidu Hang could not help but look at each other in disbelief. I heard young master Situ became like this because he received the saint weapon from the emperor? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly after a moment of silence. Situ Ho fell silent. It's impossible for it to be my uncle. Situ Hang shook his head and said with certainty. The uncle he was referring to was, naturally, the current emperor of Windfall Nation. Can you show me the saint weapon? Duan Lingtian asked Situ Hang. Although Duan Lingtian had not completely healed him, it was a fact that he had recovered a lot. For this reason, Situ Hang had already regarded Duan Lingtian as a life-saving straw. Naturally, he was very cooperative with Duan Lingtian's request. This is it. Situ Hang lifted his hand and took out a 7-foot-long spear before passing it to Duan Lingtian. The moment the spear entered his hand, Duan Lingtian could feel how extraordinary it was. To be more precise, he could feel how extraordinary the material it was made of was. The moment he touched it, it was cold and piercing to the bone. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the spear and saw the 3 saint inscriptions inscribed on it. He could recognize the 3 saint inscriptions. They were 3 3-star saint inscriptions. As far as he knew, there should be a 4-star saint inscription on Situ Hang's spear. Since it was not on the spear, it must be on the tip of the spear. As expected, Duan Lingtian discovered the 4-star saint inscription on the tip of the spear. This was also his first time seeing a saint weapon inscribed with a 4-star saint inscription ever since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even his senior brother, by Li Hong, could not inscribe a 4-star saint inscription. Naturally, it was not that his senior brother's attainment in the saint inscription art was not high enough. It was just that his cultivation base was not high enough. Once his senior brother broke through to the saint stage and became a saint stage powerhouse, it would not be difficult for him to inscribe a 4-star saint inscription. As long as his cultivation base broke through, his senior brother would become a 4-star saint inscription master. Is there a problem? Situ Hang could not help but ask. However, Duan Lingtian did not answer him. This was because Duan Lingtian's attention was completely focused on the 4-star saint inscription on the tip of the spear. Duan Lingtian could not tell what kind of 4-star saint inscription this was. As time passed by, after a deeper observation, he discovered some traces on the 4-star saint inscription. The traces were very faint, but they could not escape the probing of his spiritual energy. It's really a devil inscription. Unknowingly, a sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. You said the emperor would not harm you. Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Situ Hang after retracting his gaze. Yes. Situ Hang nodded with certainty. Put aside the fact that he's my adoptive father with his current position, there's no reason for him to harm me. Moreover, when Situ Hang reached the end of his sentence, a blush appeared on his pale face. He looked like a shy little girl. Due to this reason, he did not finish his sentence. If little Hang did not encounter this incident, he would have married Princess Chioming in half a year at the most. Moreover, the emperor personally granted the marriage. When Duan Lingtian was frowning because Situ Hang did not finish his sentence, Situ Ho said with a smile, Princess Chioming is the emperor's only daughter. Duan Lingtian finally understood. If that was the case, the emperor indeed had no reason to harm Situ Hang. As the emperor's only daughter, logically speaking, the emperor would definitely dote on Princess Chioming. It was impossible for him to harm the princess's future husband after granting the marriage. After all, this world was similar to the ancient times on Earth. A woman's reputation was extremely important. It was impossible for him to use it as a joke. If it's not the emperor, then the devil inscription must have been inscribed later on. Duan Lingtian looked at Situ Hang and asked, "After the emperor granted you this spear, did you lend it to anyone else?" If one wanted to inscribe the devil inscriptions, even a brilliant devil cultivator saint inscription master would have to spend an entire day and night. After all, the devil inscription is different from ordinary saint inscriptions. It's a one-time use saint inscription, and it's a saint inscription that harms people. That's right, little Hang. After you obtained this spear, did you lend it to anyone else? Situ Ho asked as well. Before Situ Hang could reply, Duan Lingtian and Situ Ho, who were looking at him, had already gotten their answer. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Situ Ho finished speaking, Situ Hang's expression changed drastically. A hint of struggle could be seen in his eyes. After a moment of struggle, it turned into confusion and anger. "Who is it?" Situ Ho asked coldly as his eyes gleamed coldly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the temperature in the room seemed to have dropped a lot. As expected of a saint stage powerhouse, even his anger is different from ordinary people. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue inwardly. Situ Zhua. Situ Hang sighed. It's actually him. Situ Ho's expression turned even gloomier. He really has the guts of a leopard. I'll take him to the enforcement hall now. Situ Ho was about to step out when he finished speaking. Grandfather Ho! Wait, Situ Hang and Duan Lingtian's voices sounded almost at the same time as they called out to Situ Ho. Huh. Chapter 1569. Grandpa Ho, we don't have any evidence. Situ Hang smiled wryly. Don't we have this mister? Situ Ho looked at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he was confident in Duan Lingtian. Naturally, this was also because Duan Lingtian had helped Situ Hang recover a lot earlier. Even the 4-star Saint Refinement Masters in the palace could not do anything about it. But this young man could do it. According to what Mr. said earlier, the devil inscription is obviously a very obscure thing. Not only that, but the traces left behind are also very faint. Mr. is only able to discover and recognize the devil inscription because he's very knowledgeable. However, other people might not believe him. Situ Hang voiced out his concern. As long as Mr. cures you, do you think they won't believe him? Situ Ho did not think much of it. Even if Mr. cures me, they can still deny the existence of the devil inscription. After all, if Mr. didn't say anything, even you and I wouldn't have known the existence of the devil inscription in this world. At that time, Situ Zhua can accuse me of framing him. Situ Hang sighed. Young Master Situ is right. This matter can't be rushed. Even if we want to find Situ Zhua, we have to think about it carefully. Duan Lingtian chimed in, which was rare of him. Although he did not know who Situ Zhua was, based on Situ Hang and Situ Ho's attitude earlier, it was obvious they were certain the devil inscription in Situ Hang was related to Situ Zhua. You're right, mister. Situ Hang nodded in agreement. At the same time, he forced himself to get off the bed and bowed at Duan Lingtian to thank him. Thank you for your help, mister. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to live until next month. Although the purple-clad young man before him had not completely healed him, he had recovered a lot from his miraculous treatment. You're too kind, young Master Situ. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. May I know your name, mister? Situ Hang asked politely. Duan Lingtian. Under Situ Hang and Situ Ho's gaze, Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Until now, he still had a good impression of the Situ clan's great young master. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, He had his own ability to judge people. He could tell that Situ Hang was an honest and upright person, and he was definitely not someone ordinary aristocratic families' disciples could compare to. So it's Mr. Duan. After all, his body had not fully recovered. After standing for a while, Situ Hang's face gradually turned pale again. "Little Hang, you should rest," Situ Ho hurriedly said when he saw this. "Yes." Situ Hang nodded and greeted Duan Lingtian. After that, he smiled apologetically and went back to bed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Situ Ho left the room and returned to the courtyard. "Mr. Duan, please forgive my previous rudeness." As soon as they came out, Situ Ho immediately apologized to Duan Lingtian. As for the rudeness he mentioned, it was none other than the incident where he asked Manager Fu, the manager of the inner mansion, to test Duan Lingtian. "Elder Ho is also concerned about young Master Situ. I can understand," Duan Lingtian said. A smile appeared on Situ Ho's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he asked hesitantly, "May I ask if you're a powerhouse on the heaven ranking, Master Duan?" A powerhouse on the heaven ranking? Duan Lingtian was confused when he saw Situ Ho staring at him. What's that? He had heard of the earth ranking before. What was the heaven ranking? "Mr. Duan, why you don't know about the heaven ranking?" Situ Ho could see that Duan Lingtian did not seem like he was pretending. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was a little dazed. "This is my first time hearing about it," Duan Lingtian said. "I've heard of the earth ranking before. It's a list of powerhouses at the peak of the mortal shedding stage." The earth ranking and the heaven ranking are not on the same level. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, there are countless earth rankings, but there are only a few dozen heaven rankings. Situ Ho shook his head. "I'd like to hear more about it." After hearing Situ Ho's words, Duan Lingtian was curious about the heaven ranking. Then, with Situ Ho's introduction, Duan Lingtian learned what the heaven ranking was. It was a list that only fifth-rate forces were qualified to set up. It was a list that was set up by a fifth-rate force for powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage in an area under the control of a fifth-rate force. Although Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate Saint Nation, it was attached to a fifth-rate force called the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. In the area under the control of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, there were a total of 11 sixth-rate forces, and Windfall Nation was only one of them. Therefore, the powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, who were listed in the heaven ranking, were all top Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in the area under the control of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. There were only a few people in Windfall Nation who were listed in the heaven ranking among 100 people. "I can't believe you don't know about the heaven ranking, Master Duan. May I know where you're from, Master Duan?" Situ Ho asked curiously. "I'm from the 9 Sect Alliances district," Duan Lingtian answered honestly. Since he was going to ask the Situ clan to help him find Bai Li Hong's whereabouts, there was no need for him to hide this. The 9 Sect Alliances district? Situ Ho was enlightened. "I've heard of that place before. It's at the border behind the desert in the south. I can't believe there's someone as outstanding as you there, Master Duan." Situ Ho sighed emotionally. "Elder Ho, who's the Situ Jua that you mentioned to young Master Situ? What kind of conflict does he have with young Master Situ?" Duan Lingtian was curious about this. After all, Situ Hang was the great young master of Situ clan, the next successor to the clan leader of Situ clan. Someone actually wanted to murder such a person. Moreover, it was obvious the other party was also from Situ clan based on his name. Situ Jua is also a direct descendant of our Situ clan, and he's known as the second young master. However, he's not related to Little Hang by blood. If we really want to talk about blood relations, I'm afraid we'll have to go back several tens of generations. Situ Ho explained slowly. Duan Lingtian could understand Situ Ho's words. Situ Hang and Situ Jua were both direct line of descent, but they were not from the same bloodline. Our Situ clan's inheritance is not passed down through the bloodline. Instead, we select the most outstanding direct line of descent and nurture him to be the next clan leader. The current clan leader is Little Hang's father. Little Hang also did well and was selected as the next successor to the clan leader. Situ Ho continued. However, there's another outstanding person in Little Hang's generation. If Little Hang wasn't around, he'd definitely be able to replace him and be selected as the next successor to the clan leader. That person is Situ Jua. When Duan Lingtian heard Situ Ho's words, he finally understood why Situ Jua wanted to kill Situ Hang. It must be because he wanted to replace Situ Hang and become the next successor to the clan leader of Situ clan. After all, as long as Situ Hang was alive, he would not stand a chance. That's right. Situ Ho's eyes gleamed coldly as he said in a deep voice, I didn't expect him to be so deranged. He's challenging our Situ clan's rules. The first rule of the Situ clan's rules forbade the disciples from killing each other. Ordinary people really can't discover the devil inscription. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Master Duan, you can stay here with Little Hang for now. I still have to inform the clan leader about this, so I won't disturb you any longer. Situ Ho informed Duan Lingtian before he left, after instructing the maids in the courtyard to take care of Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, please come with me. As the great young master of Situ clan, it was only natural that there were many maids in the courtyard where Situ Hang stayed. After hearing Situ Ho's instruction, a maid immediately led Duan Lingtian to a spare room. The room was neat and tidy. Although it was unoccupied, it was still very clean. It was obvious that it was usually cleaned. Master Duan, please let me know if you need anything. I'll wait outside the door. When the maid spoke to Duan Lingtian, she kept throwing flirtatious glances at him. Although she did not know if this purple-clad young man could cure the great young master, based on Elder Ho's attitude toward this person, it was enough for her to flatter him. If such a person took a liking to her, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity for her to rise to the top. However, although the maid was quite pretty, she was not as pretty as Duan Lingtian's two fiancés. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian directly ignored her. I wonder where Senior Brother and Uncle Fong are now. I hope they've really come to Windfall Nation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I'll ask the clan leader of Situ clan later if he knows which fifth-rate force most people have the surname Han. This was the only clue Duan Lingtian had regarding Xuanai's origin. The force that Xuanai was in was obviously a big clan. Even the ancient Han clan on Cloud Continent was established by an ordinary disciple who came from there 10,000 years ago. The reason he guessed Xuanai was from a fifth-rate force was naturally because of the saint stones that Xuanai had given him. 90% of the saint stones were fifth-grade saint stones, while the rest were fourth-grade saint stones. This was in line with the standard of a fifth-grade saint stone reserve that was usually in the hands of a fifth-rate force. Duan Lingtian sat quietly on the bed. He was not in a hurry to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. This was because he knew even if he entered the pagoda to cultivate, he would not be able to cultivate for long. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, not long after he sat quietly, the maid's voice resonated from outside. Master Duan, the clan leader, is here. Please come out. The clan leader mentioned by the maid was undoubtedly the clan leader of Situ clan. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. He was also waiting for the clan leader of Situ clan to visit him. As the biological father of the great young master of Situ clan, Situ Hang, the clan leader of Situ clan, would definitely come to confirm it as soon as he found out someone could cure his son's strange illness. What a pity all parents in the world. As parents, there was basically no one who didn't love their children. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the room, he saw Situ Ho again. There was another person next to Sitaho. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He wore a blue robe and had a jade-like face. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and he exuded the aura of a superior. Chapter 1570. Master Duan. Although Duan Lingtian looked very young, Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, did not dare to be disrespectful in front of him. His tone was filled with respect. In fact, when Duan Lingtian saw Situ Hao for the first time, he was certain Situ Hao was also a Saint Stage powerhouse, clan leader of Situ clan. Duan Lingtian nodded at Situ Hao in response. Although Situ Hao was a Saint Stage powerhouse, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when facing him. Although he was only a Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator, he had even killed a Saint Stage powerhouse before. Naturally, he would not lose his composure in front of a Saint Stage powerhouse. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was neither servile nor overbearing, Situ Hao's evaluation of Duan Lingtian rose a little. Previously, when he heard Situ Hao mention Duan Lingtian, he thought Situ Hao was exaggerating. However, now he knew Situ Hao was telling the truth. There was no falsehood at all. This young man named Duan Lingtian was indeed extraordinary. Master Duan, I heard from Elder Ho that you'll need a lot of materials to remove the devil inscription for my son. May I know what materials you need? Situ Hao asked bluntly. His tone was filled with a hint of urgency. Originally, Situ Hao did not have any hope of curing his son's strange illness. However, when he was on the verge of despair, a ray of hope suddenly appeared, causing him to feel inexplicably happy. I've already drawn the materials, and I've even labeled them. Duan Lingtian handed Situ Hao the drawings that he had prepared when he was meditating in the room earlier. There were various materials drawn on the drawings, and some of their characteristics were labeled. It was mainly used for identification purposes. Master Duan, if you're able to gather all these materials, how long will it take for you to completely remove the devil inscription for my son? Situ Hao glanced at the drawings in his hand and put them away as though they were precious treasures. At the same time, he asked Duan Lingtian, 1 month. Duan Lingtian said confidently, I'll only need 1 month, and I'll definitely return you a healthy young Master Situ, clan leader of Situ clan. 1 month. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only Situ Hao, but Situ Hao's eyes lit up as well. Situ Hao bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Situ Hao before he left in a hurry. It was obvious he was going to prepare the materials. Before he left, he had promised Duan Lingtian that he would give him 2 4-star Dao talismans as soon as Situ Hang recovered. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry. Since the Situ clan had publicly made such a promise, it was naturally impossible for them to go back on their word. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to slapping themselves in the face. Moreover, before he came to the Situ clan, he had also asked around and found out both the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao, and the great young master of Situ clan, Situ Hang, were good people. At the very least, they had a good reputation in the capital of Windfall Nation. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, after Situ Hao left, Situ Hao also stayed in the courtyard. There were many empty rooms in the courtyard. Situ Hao stayed in the room next to Duan Lingtian's and became neighbors with Duan Lingtian. It seems like Elder Ho is worried that I'll run away. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. A few days after Situ Hao stayed in Situ Hang's courtyard, the atmosphere in another courtyard of the Situ clan's estate was a little gloomy. That Master Duan actually stayed in Situ Hang's courtyard for a few days? That old man, Situ Hao, also stayed there for a few days? A young man with a gloomy expression paced back and forth as he muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed coldly. Don't tell me that Master Duan can remove the devil inscription on Situ Hang's body. The moment the gloomy young man thought of this, horror dawned on his face. He immediately went to the guest room in his courtyard and looked for the guest in the room. The guest in the room was a man dressed in black with a grimace mask on his face. "Young Master Joie, is there anything I can help you with?" The grimace man asked nonchalantly. Based on the grimace man's words, this gloomy young man was obviously the second young master of Situ clan, Situ Joie. "Are you sure that nobody can remove the devil inscription on your body?" Situ Joie asked in a deep voice. "Of course." The grimace man said confidently, "Although my devil inscription is not a high-grade devil inscription, I'm sure there are only a handful of people in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion who can remove my devil inscription. The people I know who can remove my devil inscription aren't in Windfall Nation. Do you know that someone went to visit Situ Hang recently and stayed at his place? Moreover, that old man Situ Ho is also staying at his place." Situ Joie said in a deep voice, "I suspect that person has a way to remove the devil inscription on Situ Hang's body." "Impossible," the grimace man insisted. "Then how do you explain this? If he can't do it, he would have left our Situ clan long ago. He wouldn't have stayed at Situ Hang's place." Situ Joie asked. Upon hearing that, the grimace man fell silent for a moment. He only said after a long while, "Find an opportunity, and I'll go with you to visit Situ Hang. As long as I see Situ Hang, I'll be able to confirm if that person can remove the devil inscription on Situ Hang's body. That's the only thing we can do now. If that person can really remove the devil inscription on Situ Hang's body, our efforts this time would have been in vain." Situ Joie's expression turned even gloomier. A few days later, when Situ Joie found out that the outsider was still staying at Situ Hang's place, he finally could not hold it in any more. He brought the masked man along and went to visit Situ Hang. He said that he was here to visit his big brother. When the grimace man saw Situ Hang, his expression that was hidden under the mask changed immediately. This was because he noticed that Situ Hang's condition was much better than before. The energy of the devil inscription had also faded a lot. "Who's that Master Duan? He can actually remove my devil inscription. How's this possible? I've never heard of him before." The grimace man immediately sent a voice transmission to Situ Joie. Situ Joie was shocked as a hint of unwillingness flashed in the depth of his eyes. However, he still maintained his composure on the surface. "Brother Hang, it seems like you're recovering well. That Master Duan is really resourceful. He can actually treat the illness that those 4-star saint inscription masters in the palace can't do anything about." Situ Joie smiled as he said to Situ Hang, "Brother Hang, I really hope that you'll recover soon. I still have many questions about martial tactics that I'd like to ask you." "All right." Situ Hang nodded nonchalantly and said, "If there's nothing else, I'd like to rest." He realized that Situ Joie was the reason he was in such a state. Although Situ Hang did not completely fall out with Situ Joie, he could no longer act as naturally as before. His temper was not so good that he could face someone who wanted to kill him with a smile. "Brother Hang, I'll make a move first. I'll visit you again later." Situ Joie did not seem to notice Situ Hang's indifference as he smiled and walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Situ Ho standing in the courtyard. He quickly greeted him, "Elder Ho." "Since when did you have such a person by your side?" "Who's he?" Situ Ho asked nonchalantly as he looked at the grimace man behind Situ Ho. "He's a friend I made outside." Situ Joie smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, he must be a devil cultivator, right?" Situ Ho asked as he looked deeply at Situ Joie. "Devil cultivator?" Situ Joie was stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled. "Elder Ho, you really know how to joke. Our Situ clan has always had an ancestral rule that no one in the clan is allowed to interact with a devil cultivator. I don't have the guts to befriend a devil cultivator. That's for the best." Situ Ho nodded nonchalantly. "I heard it's all thanks to Master Duan that Brother Hang is able to recover so well. Elder Ho, may I know which room Master Duan is staying in? I'd like to pay him a visit and thank him on behalf of Brother Hang." Situ, Zhua said to Situ Ho. Before Situ Ho could reply, the door of one of the guest rooms in the courtyard opened with a creak. A purple-clad young man walked out from inside. The young man had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was elegant and had an extraordinary temperament. With just a glance, Situ Zhua felt ashamed of his inferiority. Master Duan. Situ Ho immediately looked at the purple-clad young man who walked out. He was Duan Lingtian and took the initiative to greet him. Elder Ho. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. Then he walked to the stone table at the side and sat down. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea before drinking it. He completely ignored Situ Zhua and the grimace man standing behind him. The grimace man's eyes gleamed coldly with killing intent. So this young man was the one who could dissolve his devil inscription? Nice to meet you, Master Duan. I'm Situ Zhua. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I'm afraid Brother Hang would be in grave danger. Don't worry. As long as you cure Brother Hang, our Situ clan will definitely not mistreat you. When Situ Zhua saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him, anger rose in his heart. However, he suppressed it with all his might and thanked Duan Lingtian with a smile. Situ Zhua? Duan Lingtian glanced at Situ Zhua and nodded in realization. I've heard of you. You're the second young master of Situ clan. Duan Lingtian emphasized the word second. A cold gleam flashed in Situ Zhua's eyes. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly violated his taboo. However, when he recalled that Situ Ho was at the side, he did not dare to act recklessly. That's right. I'm the second young master of Situ clan. Situ Zhua smiled in response. However, at the same time, he communicated with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I don't know who you are, but I advise you not to poke your nose into other people's business. As long as you tell me you can't cure Situ Hang and stand by idly, I'm willing to give you 3 4-star Dao talismans. It's much more than the reward the Situ clan offered. Stand by idly. Upon hearing Situ Zhua's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was obviously stunned. He asked in confusion through voice transmission, Isn't Situ Hang your big brother? You actually want me to stand by idly? Do you want him to die? Don't play the fool. Since you have a way to dissolve the devil inscription on his body, I'm sure you know about the devil inscription as well. If I'm not mistaken, he's already suspicious of me, right? Chapter 1571. I didn't expect second young master Zhua to know about the devil inscription as well. It seems like second young master Zhua also knows about the devil inscription on young master Hang's body. After listening to Situ Zhua's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian looked at Situ Zhua deeply before he said meaningfully. This time, Duan Lingtian did not send a voice transmission. Instead, he said out loud. At this moment, Situ Ho's gaze turned sharp as he stared at Situ Zhua. It was as though he wanted to see if Situ Zhua would admit to it. I don't know what you're talking about. What devil inscription? I've never heard of it before. Situ Zhua did not expect Duan Lingtian to say it out loud. He was instantly enraged. However, he did not dare to show it. Instead, he feigned ignorance as he spoke. Second young Master Zhua, you don't know about the devil inscription? That's strange. Earlier, you were the one who mentioned the devil inscription to me, and you even asked me to stand by and do nothing. Does this mean that I've heard wrongly? Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Don't slander me. Situ Zhua's face turned grave when he noticed Situ Ho's gaze that was getting sharper. He glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Who are you? What's your intention? How dare you try to drive a wedge between Brother Hang and me? Slander me? Duan Lingtian smiled. Second young Master Zhua, you keep saying that I'm slandering you. Why don't we both swear on the lightning penalty oath and see who's the one who's slandering you? Duan Lingtian raised his hand as he spoke. He was about to prick his finger and use his blood as a medium to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me swearing on the lightning penalty oath with you? A hint of panic flashed in the depth of Situ Zhua's eyes. However, on the surface, he still looked strong. After he sneered, he did not even bid farewell to Situ Ho and was about to leave with the masked man behind him. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and Situ Ho disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already blocking Situ Zhua and the masked man's path. Elder Ho, what's the meaning of this? Situ Zhua said with a frown. I think you can each swear on the lightning penalty oath. That way, each of you can prove your innocence, right? Situ Ho said lightly. Situ Zhua's face darkened when he heard that. Elder Ho, who does he think he is? Does he deserve to go against the lightning punishment oath with me? Don't forget that this is the Situ clan. You're not thinking of helping an outsider, are you? There's nothing to be biased about. Even if I'm helping you. I'm giving you a chance to clear your name. Situ Ho continued, while Situ Zhua's expression turned increasingly gloomy and he was rendered speechless. Situ Ho made his move again. In the blink of an eye, he went around Situ Zhua and attacked the devil-masked man behind Situ Zhua. The aura of a Saint Realm expert swept toward the ghoul-masked man like a black cloud. The expression of the unprepared ghoul-masked man changed drastically. Although the masked man's strength was not bad and had even reached the imminent saint stage, he had not broken through to the saint stage after all. There was still a huge gap between him and a saint stage powerhouse. The ghoul-masked man did not dare to be careless in the face of Situ Ho, who was charging at him menacingly. He unleashed all his techniques without holding back at all. What a joke! To him, holding back in front of a saint stage powerhouse was equivalent to digging his own grave. However, due to this reason, the ghoul-masked man exposed the fact that he was a devil cultivator. When the ghoul-masked man displayed his strength as a devil cultivator, Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, could clearly feel the devil seal tablet in his spatial ring stirring. Duan Lingtian directly ignored it, since it was not his turn to make a move at this moment. As expected, he's a devil cultivator. Situ Ho smirked when he discovered the ghoul-masked man was a devil cultivator. The aura that rose from his body became even more powerful. It was obvious he was serious now. Horror dawned on Situ Zhua's face. In a panic, he crushed a jade token. After the jade token was crushed, an extremely fast streak of light swept across the sky like a meteor. It disappeared in a flash. A jade token that's inscribed with a warning saint inscription. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of jade token. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had also obtained a similar jade token during the hunting assessment. However, compared to the jade token he obtained previously, Situ Zhua's jade token was obviously of a higher grade. At the very least, when he crushed the jade token, even Situ Ho, who was a saint stage powerhouse, did not react in time. Naturally, this was also because Situ Ho's attention was not on him. After Situ Ho learned the ghoul-masked man was a devil cultivator, he no longer held back when he attacked again. With just a flip of his palm, he easily killed the ghoul-masked man. Situ Zhua, how dare you collude with a devil cultivator to harm your clan brother? After killing the ghoul-masked man, Situ Ho looked at Situ Zhua coldly. His voice was extremely cold. Elder Ho, I didn't know he's a devil cultivator. Even at this moment, Situ Zhua still maintained his composure and said nonchalantly, You didn't know he's a devil cultivator? Situ Ho smirked. It's better for you to say these words to the enforcement elder. The moment his words left his mouth, Situ Ho took a step forward and was about to grab Situ Zhua to bring him to the enforcement hall. At this moment, another gust of wind blew past, and a middle-aged man with a medium build appeared in front of Situ Zhua. He looked at Situ Ho calmly. Elder Ho, I wonder what mistake my son has made for you to bring him to the enforcement elder. Situ-Ming, what a good son you have. When Situ-Ho saw the middle-aged man, he could not help but frown. Then he snorted coldly. No matter what, I must bring him to the enforcement hall today. Colluding with a devil cultivator to harm his clan brother is not a small crime. Situ-Ming. When Duan Lingtian heard how Situ-Ho addressed the middle-aged man, he could not help but glance at him. He had heard of Situ-Ming before he came to the Situ clan. He was the second master of Situ clan. His position in the Situ clan was only below the clan leader, Situ-Hao, and the 3 supreme elders. At the same time, he was also a saint stage powerhouse. The moment Situ-Ho's words left his mouth, he went to grab Situ-Zhuo again. This time, Situ-Ming did not stop him. All he did was watch calmly. When Situ-Ho brought Situ-Zhuo away, he turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before he followed Situ-Ho to the enforcement hall of Situ clan. This Situ-Ming is not a simple person. I'm afraid Elder Ho might not be able to do anything to Situ-Zhuo. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The outcome was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Although Situ-Zhuo was punished, he was only punished to face the wall in the enforcement hall for 3 months. Why is the punishment so light? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Situ-Zhuo insisted that he didn't know the masked man was a devil cultivator. Moreover, he pushed the matter of the devil inscription to the devil cultivator I killed and said he didn't know about the devil inscription being inscribed by a devil cultivator. For this reason, the enforcement hall only charged him with the crime of associating with a devil cultivator. Situ-Ho said in a deep voice. A hint of unwillingness could be seen on his face. We should make him swear on the lightning penalty, oath, to prove his innocence. I think he wouldn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Since he doesn't dare to swear on it, he must be the mastermind. Duan Lingtian said. He felt this problem was easy to solve. It's not that simple. Situ-Ho smiled wryly as he shook his head. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian also learned the reason from Situ-Ho. As it turned out, the Situ clan was not completely united. Although the Situ clan respected the clan leader, Situ-Hao, on the surface, almost half of the clan's high-ranking officials secretly followed the second master, Situ-Ming. Due to this reason, the Situ clan was divided into 2 factions. Apart from that, there were 5 saint stage powerhouses in the Situ clan. Apart from Situ-Hao and Situ-Ming, there were 3 others left. Situ-Ho was one of them. He was on Situ-Hao's side. As for the other 2 Saint Realm experts, one of them stood on Situ-Ming's side. As for the last person, he remained neutral. The person who remained neutral was the strongest powerhouse in the Situ clan. He had the highest seniority in the Situ clan and was even more senior than Situ-Ho, who was a generation older than Situ-Hao. He was addressed as the old ancestor by the Situ clan. According to Situ-Ho, the old ancestor of the Situ clan had not shown himself for many years. The last time he showed himself was when Situ-Hao inherited the position of the clan leader. I can't believe the situation in the Situ clan is so complicated. In this case, this matter can only be left unsettled? Duan Lingtian asked. After all, nothing happened to Little Hang. Due to this reason, this matter can only be left unsettled. Although the Situ clan seems powerful, it's actually plagued by internal and external troubles. Even the clan leader doesn't dare to simply fall out with Situ-Ming's faction. Once that happens, it'll definitely shake the Situ clan's foundation and give our enemies a chance to take advantage of it. Situ-Ho sighed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. After all, this was the general trend. Enemies? Isn't the Situ clan backed by the Windfall Nation's imperial family? Duan Lingtian frowned. Don't tell me there's someone who dares to ignore the imperial family and go against the Situ clan. The imperial family? Upon hearing this, Situ-Ho shook his head. Put aside the fact that the imperial family is the most heartless, the relationship between the Situ clan and the imperial family is only tied to imperial concubinely. Those forces who dare to go against the Situ clan more or less have a similar relationship with the imperial family. Some of them even have a closer relationship with the imperial family than the Situ clan. In fact, the imperial family has tacitly approved of the open strife and veiled strife between the clans. Moreover, the imperial family is even more worried that we'll get along peacefully. Perhaps, when we do get along peacefully, the imperial family will intentionally stir up trouble between us. When Situ Ho reached the end of his sentence, he sighed. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. Naturally, the Windfall Nation's imperial family did not want those seventh-rate forces to get along peacefully. After all, once they got along peacefully, those seventh-rate forces would undoubtedly rise very quickly and might even threaten the imperial family's position. Chapter 1572. Duan Lingtian did not care how the Situ clan's internal conflict was resolved. This was because it had nothing to do with him at all. What he cared about was the materials he had asked the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao, to gather. Naturally, those materials were not required to remove the devil inscription on Situ Hang, the great young master of Situ clan. In fact, he did not need any materials to remove the devil inscription on Situ Hang's body. He only needed to circulate his spiritual energy and spend a few days to remove it. The reason it was so complicated was because he wanted the Situ clan to help him gather some common materials needed to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Apart from that, many of the materials Duan Lingtian asked Situ how to gather were materials that could be used to inscribe 3-star saint inscriptions. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had already broken through to the paramount saint rudiment stage, and his spiritual energy had also transformed. He could officially inscribe 3-star saint inscriptions now. However, although he could inscribe 3-star saint inscriptions, he did not have many materials with him. For this reason, he could only use the Situ clan as a coolie. Master Duan, the materials you asked for are all here. One must admit that Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, was very efficient. It only took him half a month to gather all the materials that Duan Lingtian asked for. He placed them in the spatial ring and handed them to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it was so smooth because Duan Lingtian did not ask Situ how to look for the rare materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Those materials could only be found by chance. Even if the Situ clan was a seventh-rate clan, they might not be able to find those materials. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not force him. I'll definitely return a healthy son to the clan leader of Situ clan in a month's time, Duan Lingtian said with a smile after he took the spatial ring. I believe in you, Master Duan. Situ Hao nodded with a smile. He was unaware that he had been cheated by Duan Lingtian and had lost many materials. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not say anything. After all, only Duan Lingtian had a way to cure his son. As the saying went, a rare commodity worth hoarding. In the following month, Duan Lingtian only treated Situ Hang once every 7 to 8 days. He spent the rest of his time to inscribe 3-star saint inscriptions. After a month, inscribing 3-star saint inscriptions was a piece of cake for him. At the same time, the 3-star saint inscriptions on Situ Hang's body was completely. Mr. Duan, I, Situ Hang, will remember your kindness of giving me a new lease of life. After the devil inscription was completely removed, Situ Hang had also completely recovered. After he recovered, he bowed solemnly at Duan Lingtian and thanked him. Star Duan Tian with Duan Du was do masters. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had also obtained 2 4-star Dao talismans. One was a 4-star Divine Strider talisman, and the other was a 4-star Golden Energy talisman. Once he used them, he would gain the speed and defense of a Saint Stage powerhouse for 15 minutes, respectively. When Situ Hang found out it was Duan Lingtian's first time in Windfall Nation and was unfamiliar with the place, he immediately invited Duan Lingtian to stay in the Situ clan. As the clan leader, Situ Hao agreed with this decision as well. A few days later, Situ Hao learned from Situ Hang that Duan Lingtian was a 3-star saint inscription master. He was excited and personally visited Duan Lingtian to apologize. Master Duan, I really didn't know that you're a 3-star saint inscription master. Please forgive me for my negligence. What a joke! Before this, there was only one 3-star saint inscription master in the Situ clan. However, that 3-star saint inscription master was from Situ Ming's side. Since Situ Ming had monopolized the 3-star saint inscription industry in the Situ clan, Situ Hao had always turned a blind eye to Situ Ming. After all, the Situ clan still had to rely on the 3-star saint inscription master on Situ Ming's side. Due to this reason, when he learned Duan Lingtian was a 3-star saint inscription master, he immediately came to curry favor with him. At the same time, he also expressed that Duan Lingtian could stay in the Situ clan for as long as he wanted. The Situ clan would also give him the best treatment. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had deliberately exposed his identity as a 3-star saint inscription master, since it was imperative for him to establish a foothold in the capital of Windfall Nation. His identity as a 3-star saint inscription master would allow him to establish a foothold in the Situ clan and the capital of Windfall Nation. Apart from that, his identity as a 3-star saint inscription master would also show his worth. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, Situ Hang came to look for him a few days later. He wanted to ask for his help in inscribing 3-star saint inscriptions on a batch of saint weapons. Master Duan, this batch of saint weapons belongs to the Situ clan, so we're selling them. The Situ clan will provide the materials needed to inscribe the saint inscriptions, and will split the profit 50-50 with you. What do you think? Of course, that's not a problem. Although Duan Lingtian knew the Situ clan would agree to it no matter how much profit he asked for, he did not do so. He did not lack saint stones at all. Moreover, he had done the Situ clan a favor this time, so he did not have to worry about the Situ clan not paying attention to his matters in the future. What he cared about was not the profit of the saint stones, but the potential benefits. Master Duan, you! Situ Hang was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. He was prepared for Duan Lingtian to bargain with him. However, his father's bottom line for him was a 30-70 split. The Situ clan would get 30%, while Duan Lingtian would get 70%. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian did not even bargain and agreed to it directly. At this moment, he felt a little guilty instead. Master Duan, why don't I give you a bigger share of the profit? Situ Hang asked with a wry smile. There's no need for that. I don't lack saint stones. Duan Lingtian shook his head and did not beat around the bush. Of course, if it's possible, I hope the Situ clan can help me investigate my senior brother's whereabouts. I want to know if my senior brother has come to Windfall Nation or not. It's just a small matter. Master Duan, you just need to draw a portrait of your senior brother, and I'll ask my father to send people to investigate all over Windfall Nation. Situ Hang said nonchalantly, That'll be troublesome. Apart from that, my senior brother is also a 3-star saint inscription master. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized that Bai Li Hong was a 3-star saint inscription master as well. My senior brother is different from me. I'm used to being idle, and it's only a matter of time before I leave the Situ clan. If it's him, he might be willing to stay in the Situ clan for a long time. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added another sentence. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Situ Hang's eyes lit up immediately. After spending some time together, he had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian. He also found out that Duan Lingtian was actually younger than him. At that time, he already knew that based on Duan Lingtian's achievements at such a young age, his future would be limitless. He was afraid he would not be able to stay in the Situ clan for long. Because of that, both he and his father were extremely vexed. However, the news that Duan Lingtian brought to him was like a ray of light that swept away the haze in his heart. Don't worry, Master Duan. As long as your senior brother comes to Windfall Nation, our Situ clan will definitely find him. Situ Hang said solemnly. Also, there's one more thing. Seeing that Situ Hang was about to turn around and leave, Duan Lingtian called out to him. Master Duan, is there anything else? Situ Hang asked. He did not dare to slack off at all. Are there any powerhouses ranked at the top of the heaven ranking in Windfall Nation? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Situ Hang nodded. There's a total of 6 people in Windfall Nation who have entered the heaven ranking. The person ranked at the top is ranked 11th on the heaven ranking. Can you find him? Duan Lingtian asked again. I'm afraid it's difficult to find him in a short period of time. I heard he's looking for a breakthrough recently, and it's very likely that he's in closed-door cultivation. As a sectless cultivator, his whereabouts are unknown. Situ Hang shook his head. What about the most powerful person among the other 5? Can you find him in a short period of time? Duan Lingtian asked again. The most powerful person among the other 5 is ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. It's not difficult to find her since she's a disciple from a 7th-rate sect in Windfall Nation. Master Duan, are you looking for her because you plan to challenge her? Situ Hang asked curiously. Situ Hang had already learned from Situ Ho that Duan Lingtian's strength was extraordinary. When he heard Duan Lingtian was looking for a powerhouse on the heaven ranking, he could instantly guess what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. If he succeeded in challenging a powerhouse on the heaven ranking, he would be able to replace her. The powerhouse on the heaven ranking would be removed from the heaven ranking as well. The reason the heaven ranking had such a rule was to prevent people from purposely losing to their opponents. Therefore, if they lost, their names would be removed from the heaven ranking. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He planned to challenge a powerhouse on the heaven ranking because, as long as he was ranked on the heaven ranking, he would definitely become famous in Windfall Nation. Not only that, but he would also gain a certain amount of fame in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Duan Lingtian was not a flamboyant person. He planned to do this because he wanted to find Bai Li Hong and the others as soon as possible. He believed that as long as Bai Li Hong knew he was in the Situ clan, he would definitely rush over to meet him immediately. Master Duan, although I don't doubt your strength, it's a little risky for you to directly challenge the person ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. I suspect that person's current strength is enough to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Situ Hang said with a hint of dread. Why do you say so? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. He did not know why Situ Hang thought so highly of the person ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. Speaking of her, she can be considered as a legend in Windfall Nation. She's not old, and she's even younger than you, Master Duan. Not only that, but as far as I know, she came from the faraway mortal continent. However, such a woman from the mortal continent has innate talent that far surpasses her peers. Previously, she only took half a year to go from the 95th place on the heaven ranking to the 23rd place. Chapter 1573. She's from the mortal continent. Moreover, she's a woman? Upon hearing Situ Hang's words, Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised. Even if she was a woman from Windfall Nation, her achievements would still be shocking to him. After all, that woman was younger than him. Moreover, based on Situ Hang's words, the fact that the woman could improve so much in just half a year was enough to prove that her innate talent far surpassed the younger generation in Windfall Nation. And it was this woman who, like him, came from the mortal continent. It seems like apart from our cloud continent, the other 2 mortal continents are also filled with hidden talents. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When Duan Lingtian learned about the woman, his first thought was that she was from one of the two mortal continents other than Cloud Continent. After all, he was from the Cloud Continent. If there was such an outstanding person on the Cloud Continent, he would have heard of her. Naturally, he could not rule out the possibility that she was from the Cloud Continent as well. Perhaps she was more low-key? If I defeat her, my name should be known in the entire Windfall Nation, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Situ Hang. Of course. Situ Hang nodded with certainty. If you defeat her, not only will your name be known in the entire Windfall Nation, but your name will also be known in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. After all, that woman is a well-known figure in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Upon hearing Situ Hang's words, Duan Lingtian felt relieved and made up his mind. Then I'll challenge her. You've made up your mind? Situ Hang was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian still made up his mind after learning about the woman's background. He could not help but ask. Yes, I've made up my mind. Duan Lingtian nodded. Help me make the arrangements. There's no need to make any arrangements. You just need to issue a battle invitation to her. Situ Hang shook his head and said, Leave the battle invitation to me. All right, thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded. With Situ Hang in charge, he naturally felt assured. After taking the portrait of Bai Li Hong from Duan Lingtian, Situ Hang left to look for his father, the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao. When Situ Hao learned that Duan Lingtian had a senior brother who was also a 3-star saint inscription master, and that he would be recruited into the Situ clan as long as he could find him, Situ Hao naturally put in a lot of effort. Since Situ Hang could foresee that Duan Lingtian would not stay in the Situ clan for long, how could he not foresee it as well? Although he did not have much contact with Duan Lingtian, he could see that Duan Lingtian was a hidden dragon who could soar to the sky at any time. He was not someone the small Situ clan could tolerate. Because of this, he was occasionally very vexed. After all, Duan Lingtian's departure meant that he no longer had a 3-star saint inscription master on his side. Currently, Duan Lingtian's senior brother had appeared. Although he had not found him yet, it had given him a ray of hope. Father, I'll leave the matter of helping Master Duan find his senior brother to you. I still have to issue a dual invitation to the Drift Blaze sect. Situ Hang said after passing the portrait in his hand to Situ Hao. Issue a dual invitation to the Drift Blaze sect? Upon hearing Situ Hang's words, Situ Hao could not help but frown. What's going on? When did you offend the people from the Drift Blaze sect? Why don't I know about this? Situ Hao's expression turned grave when he reached the end of his sentence. The Drift Blaze sect was a 7th-rate sect in Windfall Nation. Their strength was not inferior to the Situ clan. However, when he heard that his son was going to issue a dual invitation to the Drift Blaze sect, the first thought that appeared in his mind was that his son had a conflict with the people from the Drift Blaze sect. In his opinion, this was not a good thing. Father, you've misunderstood. Situ Hang shook his head. I'm not the one who wants to issue a dual invitation to the Drift Blaze sect. I'm the one who's going to issue a dual invitation to the Drift Blaze sect on behalf of Master Duan. Master Duan? Situ Hao's frown deepened. There's a conflict between Master Duan and the Drift Blaze sect? No. Situ Hang shook his head. Situ Hang shook his head. Without waiting for Situ Hao to ask again, he immediately explained, It's Master Duan who wants to challenge the Drift Blaze sect's female disciple who's ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. This time, I'm sending the challenge letter to the Drift Blaze sect on his behalf. Challenge Lady Foam? Situ Hao sighed in relief when he found out that Duan Lingtian did not have a conflict with the Drift Blaze sect. However, confusion could be seen in his eyes when he heard Situ Hang's words. Although there aren't many powerhouses on the heaven ranking in Windfall Nation, there are still a few of them. Why did Master Duan choose to challenge Lady Foam? That Lady Feng is not a simple person. Situ Hao's expression was grave when he reached the end of his sentence. Whether it was Situ Hao, Situ Hang, or most of the people in Windfall Nation, they only knew that the female disciple who rose to prominence in the Drift Blaze sect in the past year had the surname Feng. They did not know Lady Feng's full name at all. Moreover, not many people in the Drift Blaze sect knew Lady Feng's full name as well. In the Drift Blaze sect, the sect's elders and even the sect's disciples addressed her as Lady Feng. She was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. She had only joined the sect for a few years, but she was already the chief disciple, intimidating the younger generation in Drift Blaze sect. A year ago, she was already known as the strongest person below the Saint Stage powerhouses in Drift Blaze sect. Father, it's true that Lady Feng is not a simple person, but do you think Master Duan is a simple person? Situ Hang was non-committal when he heard Situ Hao's words. Naturally, Master Duan is not a simple person. According to Elder Ho, Master Duan's strength is definitely enough to enter the heaven ranking. However, even if Master Duan can enter the heaven ranking, he might not be able to defeat Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Half a year has passed. I'm afraid Lady Feng's strength is enough to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. When Situ Hao reached the end of his sentence, it seemed like he did not have high hopes for Duan Lingtian. Father, I've already told Master Duan about what you just said. However, after Master Duan learned about this, he's still full of confidence. It's obvious he's confident. I believe Master Duan won't speak without thinking. Based on Situ Hang's words, he was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. Naturally, this was also because Duan Lingtian had pulled him back from the gates of hell. His life was saved by Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he was biased toward Duan Lingtian. Since Master Duan is so confident, you can go and issue the challenge letter on his behalf. After you issue the challenge letter, I'll ask Elder Ho to follow you and Master Duan to Drift Blaze sect to battle Lady Feng. If it's not for the fact that I have something to deal with in the clan, I'd like to personally witness Lady Feng's elegance as well, Situ Hao said. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of regret could be heard in his tone. Although Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect was famous in the entire Windfall Nation, he had never seen her before. I've long heard that Lady Feng is a peerless beauty who's capable of causing the downfall of a nation. This time, I'll be able to feast my eyes on her when I follow Master Duan to Drift Blaze sect. Situ Hang chuckled. Go on. After you're done with Master Duan, you should follow me to the palace to meet His Majesty to discuss your marriage with Princess Qiuming, Situ Hao urged. When he reached the end of his sentence, a smile could be seen on his face. Upon hearing Situ Hao's words, Situ Hang blushed and left as though he was fleeing. This boy is still shy. When Situ Hao saw Situ Hang's silhouette disappearing before his eyes, he shook his head and smiled. His smile was filled with affection. One must admit that Situ Hang was very efficient. In just 2 days, the challenge letter that he asked the Situ clan's people to deliver had already arrived at Drift Blaze sect. To be more precise, it was delivered to the Drift Blaze sect's disciples at the mountain gate of Drift Blaze sect's estate. The interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, is challenging Lady Feng, who's ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. When the Drift Blaze sect's disciple saw the content of the challenge letter, his eyes widened immediately. He doesn't even have a name. Who's this Master Duan? He's really putting on airs. Does he really think he's on par with our Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng? Humph. Another guy who's looking for a beating. As a disciple guarding the Drift Blaze sect's mountain gate, even though he was not on duty every day, he had received no less than 10 challenge letters in the past year. The content of those challenge letters was all about their Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng. Although there were all kinds of challengers, they were all defeated by Lady Feng in just one move. As Lady Feng's reputation grew, nobody had come to issue a challenge letter in the past month. It did not cross his mind that another person who was looking for a beating would issue a challenge letter after a month. Moreover, this person who was looking for a beating was very pretentious. He did not say his name and only said that he was Master Duan. If Duan Lingtian knew what this Drift Blaze Sect's disciple was thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. This was because he did not know the content of the challenge letter at all. If he was the one who issued the challenge letter, he would, of course, write his name in it. However, since Situ Hang was the one who wrote the challenge letter, and he respected him a lot, he naturally did not write his name in it. In Situ Hang's eyes, Master Duan was a title that expressed his respect to Duan Lingtian. Situ clan? The Situ clan in the capital? When the other Drift Blaze sect's disciple heard this, he was surprised. I think so. The former nodded. The person who came is the interim advisor of Situ clan. If he loses, isn't the Situ clan afraid that their reputation will be ruined? Another Drift Blaze sect's disciple mocked. Even if the interim advisor of Situ clan loses, it won't affect the Situ clan that much. After all, our Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng is currently known as the strongest person on the Saint Rudiment stage in Windfall Nation. If it wasn't for the fact that the fellow who's ranked 11th in the heaven ranking is hiding, our Lady Feng would have long defeated him and ranked 11th in the heaven ranking. I heard from an inner court elder that with Lady Feng's current strength, she's confident that she can rank in the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Chapter 1574. The Drift Blaze Sect's estate was located in a chain of volcanoes. Of course, apart from the few volcanoes in the middle that were active, the rest of the volcanoes were dead volcanoes that had been dormant for a long time. The inner court and outer court of the Drift Blaze sect were located in active and dormant volcanoes, respectively. In the inner court of the Drift Blaze sect, the place where the lava in the volcanoes was the most active was the Drift Blaze sect's forbidden area. This was because the people who cultivated there were all Saint Stage powerhouses in Drift Blaze sect. They were like the guardians of Drift Blaze sect. Usually, only those who were inner court elders and above were allowed to enter the forbidden area if they had something to do. However, a few years ago, the rules of the Drift Blaze sect's forbidden area were changed because of one person. She was the first person who was not a Saint Stage powerhouse to cultivate in the Drift Blaze sect's forbidden area. She was also a direct disciple of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. She was also known as Lady Feng by the people in Drift Blaze sect. Currently, how many of them still remembered how many people were secretly jealous of Lady Feng when she first came to the Drift Blaze sect? They even slandered her verbally. They said she was lucky to have the sect leader as her master and was very good at flattering the sect leader. That was why she was allowed to cultivate in the forbidden area with the most abundant heaven and earth spirit energy in Drift Blaze sect. In fact, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect had two other direct disciples before this. However, those two direct disciples were not qualified to cultivate in the forbidden area. However, a few years had passed. Until today, nobody dared to say Lady Feng was not qualified to cultivate in the forbidden area anymore. What a joke! With Lady Feng's current achievements at such a young age, she would definitely be able to break through to the Saint Stage in the future. Moreover, her achievements in the future would not be inferior to the sect leader and the other few supreme elders. This was because the sect leader and the other supreme elders were not as good as her when they were at her age. Due to this reason, nobody in Drift Blaze sect disobeyed Lady Feng. In the Drift Blaze sect's forbidden area, a huge courtyard stood on a platform halfway up the mountain. The huge courtyard was filled with green flowers and trees, giving off a tranquil and refreshing feeling. At this moment, there was a woman with a graceful figure standing in the courtyard. She wore a fiery red robe and looked like a fire spirit. Her waist-length hair cascaded down like a waterfall. accentuating her almost perfect face. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Her willowy eyebrows, bright eyes, jade-like nose, and cherry-like mouth were all perfectly sculpted by the Creator. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this woman in a fiery red robe was devastatingly beautiful. I'm still one step away. The woman had just walked out of her room. She let out a long sigh before she muttered, "Elder brother Duan, Tianwu will be able to meet you soon. Master said that as long as I break through to the saint stage, he'll let me leave the Dao Martial Saint Land and return to Cloud Continent. Don't worry, it won't be long before I'll be able to take the final step and break through to the saint stage." At some point in time, the woman started to look at the southern horizon, and her mind started to wander. In the end, she was actually mesmerized. However, someone soon disturbed the woman. The person who disturbed the woman was none other than Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Ziyun was a graceful and luxurious, beautiful woman. Looking at her nearly perfect face, one could tell that when she was young, her beauty was not much inferior to that woman who called herself Tianwu. Tianwu. The moment Ziyun appeared, she appeared next to the red-clad woman, causing the woman who was in a daze to snap back to her senses. Master. The woman was respectful when she faced Ziyun. She owed her master's unreserved cultivation to her today's achievement. Get ready. 2 weeks later, the interim advisor of Sita clan will come to our Drift Blaze sect to challenge you. With a raise of her hand, Ziyun passed a letter of challenge to the woman. Situ clan? The Situ clan in the capital? The woman took the letter of challenge. Yes, it's the Situ clan in the capital. The people from the Situ clan are not simple people. I've never heard of this interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan. For this reason, don't let your guard down when you fight him, Ziyun reminded. The woman nodded. Yes. At the same time, she opened the letter of challenge. When she saw the word Duan, she could not help but feel a little dazed. Master Duan? He doesn't even have a name. It seems like he's a proud and aloof person as well. The woman said, "No matter who he is, no matter how proud he is, I have confidence in you," Ziyun said. Ziyun nodded. Meanwhile, in the distant capital of Windfall Nation, in the Situ clan's estate, Situ Hang, the great young master of Situ clan, found Duan Lingtian again. Master Duan, I've already sent a letter of challenge to Drift Blaze sect on your behalf. 2 weeks later, you'll officially challenge Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Situ Hang did not beat around the bush when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes gleamed as he asked, "That female disciple from Drift Blaze sect has the surname Feng?" Yes. Situ Hang nodded. Her surname is Feng, and she's from the mortal continent. Could she be Tianwu? Even Duan Lingtian did not know why such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Do you know Lady Feng's full name? Duan Lingtian asked after taking a deep breath as he looked at Situ Hang. I don't know about that. Situ Hang shook his head. Let alone me. Even most people in Windfall Nation don't know her name. Moreover, I'm afraid not many people in Drift Blaze sect know her full name as well. Duan Lingtian nodded again. At the same time, he shook his head and suppressed the thought of suspecting that she was Tianwu. It's impossible for her to be Tianwu. Although Tianwu's innate talent is not bad, that's only on Cloud Continent. Even if her foundation is good and she's stronger than ordinary martial cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's impossible for her to be so ridiculously strong. When Duan Lingtian recalled the achievements of Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect in the past year, he completely dismissed the thought of suspecting that she was Feng, Tianwu. However, when he thought of Tianwu through Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of loss again. Tianwu, where are you? Do you know that elder brother Duan is looking for you? As though he could see that Duan Lingtian's mood was a little heavy, Siduhang sensibly left even though he did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking about. He knew that at this moment, the only thing he could do was to not disturb Master Duan. Dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps, to ordinary martial and Dao cultivators, the mountains where the dragons resided were mysterious. Even if they knew the location, it would be difficult for them to enter. However, to some people, entering the dragon's lair was as easy as entering a no man's land. A middle-aged man brought along a skinny black-clad old man as they swaggered into the dragon's lair. They did not try to conceal themselves along the way, so they were not discovered by the dragons who were patrolling the area. Naturally, this was also because their speed was so fast that the dragons whose cultivation base was much lower than theirs did not have time to react. The two travel-worn men who came from afar were none other than Duan Rafeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and one of his capable subordinates, Kumi originally. With Duan Rafeng and Kumi's speed, they should have arrived at the dragon's lair after leaving the Moon Illumination Sect. However, something happened along the way. I can't believe some people from the Zoroastrianism left the upper province many years ago and came to the lower province. If I'm not mistaken, the person they're looking for must be my daughter-in-law, Kerr. Although they had entered the dragon's lair, Duan Rafeng was a little absent-minded. His mind was completely focused on the few people from the Zoroastrianism he had encountered along the way. Those few people were so strong that they were not much weaker than Kumi. If a few of them attacked together, Kumi might not be a match for them. After he killed a few of them and left one of them alive, he performed the soul-searching tactic on him. As it turned out, those few people were not important in the Zoroastrianism at all. They were just insignificant people in the Zoroastrianism. Naturally, since that person was not important in the Zoroastrianism, Duan Rafeng did not manage to find out much useful information. He only found out that the other party came to the lower province to look for someone. The person they were looking for was also someone who had long been designated as the Saint Girl by the Zoroastrianism. Based on the clues left behind by his son, Duan Lingtian on Cloud Continent, he could faintly guess that the person the Zoroastrianism people were looking for was his daughter-in-law, Kerr, who had been abducted by the people who claimed to be Zoroastrianism. Although he had never seen Kerr before, he was not unfamiliar with Kerr. This was because he would hear his wife mention Kerr every now and then. He knew that Kerr was the daughter-in-law that his wife was most satisfied with. She was also the daughter-in-law that his wife had watched grow up. Whoosh! Accompanied by the faint sound of wind whistling, an old man dressed in a blood-red long robe blocked Duan Rafeng and Kumi's path. Just a moment ago, Duan Rafeng had already noticed the old man, so he withdrew his thoughts in advance. I was wondering who dares to barge into our dragons. As it turns out, it's old man Ku. The old man dressed in a blood-red long robe quickly shifted his gaze to Kumi. It was obvious he knew Kumi. Then his gaze shifted to Duan Rafeng, who was standing in front of Kumi. Although Duan Rafeng was a stranger to him, it was not difficult for him to guess Duan Rafeng's identity when he saw Kumi following behind him. Greetings, Mansion Master Duan. After the old man figured out Duan Rafeng's identity, he gasped inwardly before bowing carefully. Duan Rafeng, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had risen to power in less than 40 years. To the dragons, 40 years was merely a period of time for them to take a nap. However, in such a short period of time, an extraordinary person had appeared in the Dao Martial Saint Land. That person was none other than Duan Rafeng. Duan Rafeng had only used less than 40 years to go from being a nobody to being in charge of a powerful force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, that was not inferior to the dragons. Although Duan Rafeng was not even a fraction of his age, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of Duan Rafeng. This was because he knew Duan Rafeng's strength was far above his. In fact, Duan Rafeng was comparable to the clan leader of the dragons. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.